welcome everyone. It's so exciting to have you on the second day of our first virtual Small Cat Symposium. Yesterday, of course, was tremendous already with contributions from around the world, listening and learning about different species, interacting, asking questions. It just feels like this small cat global community is coming together. And good news is here's day 2. We'll have 3 and 4. But we have a wonderful lineup today for you, ranging from our keynote to start to many presentations to a panel at the end of the day where we and you get to ask some good questions as we try to find our way together in terms of how we best advance small cat conservation for those species around the world that need our help. Now, it's also my pleasure, really, to introduce our keynote speaker, and that is Christine Breitenmoser-Würsten. It's a real privilege that we have Christine with us, and she's a wildlife biologist, of course, as many of you will know, with long-term experience in carnivore ecology and conservation, and actually specialized in conservation genetics. And she's involved in long-term ecological field studies of Eurasian lynx across Europe, among many other things. She was co-founder of the Swiss-based nonprofit Foundation Cora, which is for carnivore ecology and wildlife management, that is commissioned by the Swiss federal government to monitor large carnivore populations. And in 2001, she was appointed as co-chair of the IUCN SSC Cat Specialist Group, a worldwide network, as many of you will know, of cat experts surveying the conservation status of all felid species following the Assess Plan Act conservation cycle. And to improve the efficiency and sustainability of conservation activities, Christine has been involved in strategic conservation planning, both on a regional level and on national levels, and has helped facilitate workshops in different cultures and languages. As lack of capacity is often identified as a constraint, capacity development has been a really important part of her work. And she's been the editor of Cat News over the last 20 years and has helped many field biologists, maybe many of you among them, to publish their first papers. So it's such a privilege, Christine, to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Axel, very much for your introduction. It's a big pleasure for me to be here. So let's dive right into it. I will first briefly present you IUCN, its Species Survival Commission, and the Cat Specialist Group, and then present you in more detail our approach to cat conservation with a special focus on small cats. So IUCN is the oldest conservation organization. It was funded already in 1948. If you compare, for instance, WWF has been founded in the early 1960s. It has a lot of institutional members. So members are only government agencies and non-government agencies, but not individuals. Therefore, it is considered to be an IGO, alongside organizations like Interpol, World Bank Group, or World Customs Organizations, and many others. So it is important to understand that we are not an NGO and that our mandate is not the mandate of an NGO. The organization consists of the Secretariat with the head office in Gland. It has a secretariat and the director general and has regional and country liaison offices across the world. It has 7 commissions, of which the Species Survival Commission is one of them, and that's where we are hosted, where the specialist groups are hosted. The Species Survival Commission is a science-based network of more than 10,000 volunteer experts and is mainly known for its knowledge products like the Red List or the Green Status of Species. It has a strategic framework, as Axel already mentioned, Assess Plan Act, and consists of over 200 taxonomic or topical specialist groups and task forces, with over 10,000 volunteer experts, and they can be topical or taxonomic. It goes from fireflies to African elephants to more topical things like the conservation translocation specialist group, conservation planning, climate change, or wildlife health. So it has a very broad approach to this network. The cat specialist group is one of the taxonomic groups. It has to take care of 40 plus wildcat species. IUCN is organized in 4-year cycles. So every 4 years, there is a World Conservation Congress, after which everybody has to be reappointed, all the commission chairs, and then also the membership. So the proposed structure of the cat specialist group is currently that we have a chair's office on the left and that we have members and working groups and coalitions and task forces on the right side. The proposed structure is pending final approval because we are in this transition phase. We will have 2 new co-chairs, Sugoto Roy and Tadeu de Oliveira, and Tabea Lanz will serve as the Red List Authority Coordinator. These are the officially appointed positions. Then Urs and I will move to a new role as the Emeritus Chair, and Samantha Nicholson will be appointed Deputy Chair, and the others are all in a support role to the Chair's office for projects, cat news, webmaster, spatial analyst, digital cat library, and so on. Our members are distributed across the globe. It has currently 210 members in 72 countries. But as I said, everything is in a transition period. That map might look different once the newly appointed chairs will select their membership. The Cat Specialist Group has, based on its mission, I didn't go into details because the mission is reflected in our 5 objectives. We have, one of our main tasks is the assessments, whether it's red list or green status of species or climate change vulnerability. Then it is to develop or update conservation strategies and action plans at range-wide or regional level, a little bit less at national level, but sometimes also according to IUCN standards in cooperation with international conventions, GOs, NGOs, and scientific institutions. Then we have to facilitate and promote the implementation of conservation activities based on the above-mentioned strategies and action plans, and to support the monitoring of the effectiveness of these activities, which is a really important point, this last mention. We have to provide scientific, robust, and technical information and advice to partners and stakeholders, and promote exchange of information between science-based cat conservation and practical actors to support the conservation of felids worldwide. And then last but not least, of course, we have to maintain the network, expand and improve it through improved communication and sharing of information, develop capacities, recruit new members in underrepresented regions, and establish and maintain contact to partners in cat conservation. We strictly apply the Access Plan Act strategic framework that Axel has mentioned, because it's an easy to communicate and it helps facilitate communication for species conservation. We formally sometimes were a bit in trouble to explain exactly what we are doing, and this strategic framework helps a lot to communicate this. Because we are convinced that there is no successful, what the heck? Sorry, I lost, it just kicked me out.
We hear you.
Okay, good.
And we can see it. Yeah.
Okay, good. But I can't see it anymore. My presentation, that's the problem. And I don't know why.
It's okay. We have time, Christine.
Yeah, I just need support from the technical team because it kicked me out and I can't see my own presentation.
Okay. Angus, will you work some magic for us?
We still have you in the meeting. Obviously, we can still see your presentation shared.
Yeah.
Have you just has your PowerPoint disappeared, the actual
Yes.
application?
Yeah.
Yes. So if you're on a Windows machine, you can use Alt Tab. If you hold down
Okay.
Alt and press Tab, it should cycle through your programs until you find your
Okay,
PowerPoint
perfect.
again.
Thanks. It's back.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. Sorry for
Pleasure.
that. I
No
don't know what
problem.
happened. So because we are convinced that there is no successful action without careful planning, and there is no sensible planning without robust assessment, and no implementation without serious monitoring. So we strongly believe in assess, plan, act. In a second step, network and communicate have been added because that's basically what networks are there for. They are there to network and they are there to communicate. And we have reflected these 5 components in our project cycle that we use for planning and implementation of projects, where we prepare, then do a red list assessment, then plan, then implement and monitor actions, evaluate, learn, and share. So that's the project cycle that we apply across all cat species. So to get started, we first need to bring together a team of assessors, contributors, reviewers, and depending on the species, this can be quite a complicated process, and some of the teams are small and some of the teams are big. So it takes a lot of flexibility from everybody to participate in these teams. And it takes also the readiness to work because assessments are a complex process and people have to commit. Then we need the spatial units or the conservation units that are for us often the subspecies. So we need a sort of generally agreed taxonomy, and whoever has worked in taxonomy, it's a very emotional field and is sometimes not very clear how to handle it. So we had to come up with a novel approach that allows to address also uncertainty because it's not black and white and it's way more than only genetics. We have published the method and it is now used across the SSC in different taxonomic groups who have revised the taxonomies according to our method, which is nice to see. We then have to map distribution because we have to know where these species occurs, and we have these 4 steps identified. We compile data from different sources. We map the different data to get a better understanding. We draft a map according to IUCN SSC Red List guidelines, and we review and finalize the map with our expert teams. So everybody can agree that this is the distribution map of a respective species. We store our information in the Catabase, an online tool where for every species we have a map with different observation times registered, but also different types of publications, whether it's a scientific publication, report, or unpublished information, and the time scale that you can choose then to that you want to have a look at. So you can also see changes over time. The midterm goal is that we would have so-called species databases for all the species where we have the information compiled in a way like the African lion database. I recommend you to go and have a look at it. It's a fantastic resource, and they would be all hosted under the same roof. The problem we have with small cats is a little bit that we call it the small cat paradox. They are neglected and fragmented. So we have a very spotlight-like view on them. Although we fully agree what Axel and John have said yesterday, there has been a tremendous increase in funding and efforts to save small cat species. But still, a lot of the projects are short-term and small-scale. And scientific papers are isolated, so they're scattered all over. And there is a lack of transboundary government interest. So what we are aiming for is a more holistic approach where we would have integrated data sharing, continuous long-term monitoring, and a cohesive global strategy. We have undertaken several attempts to compile data on non-Panthera cats in on a larger scale. For instance, for Southeast Asia, we have compiled the information on the smaller cat species mainly from bycatch data that were sitting on people's computers and would never get published otherwise. But this proved to be an incredible, valuable source. And we also managed to get some collaboration of GOs, NGOs, and scientists going. We had some whole country assessments like for Myanmar or Thailand or Laos, and we had some site-specific analysis. So we did, of course, other such exercises like cats in China, cats in Iran, so to have information together, because that helps a lot for assessment. Then after this preparatory steps, we do the assessments. I'm not going into any detail here because Tabea will talk about it tomorrow. We published a small cat report where we assessed our own work on small cats in regard to the red list assessments, because we weren't all too happy about the last round of assessments 2014 to 2017, where we have had huge big differences in quality and consistency across the species. Tabea will also talk a little bit more about this tomorrow. For the planning, we have considered a series of guidelines that have been lately published as IUCN SSC guidelines, whether it's on climatic change, on human-wildlife conflict, on other reintroductions and other conservation translocations, or on the general guidelines for species conservation planning. We have integrated all these guidelines in our cat conservation compendium. That's our practical guide for planning that follows strictly the Assess Plan Act cycle, and has as a practical tool a checklist for each and every single solitary step here, where we have a tick list where you just can go through it and tick off every step, and then at the end you have completed your project cycle. On a more global scale, IUCN has published in the 1990s these black books. And for the cats, it was published in 1996, so it's quite outdated, as you can see, and widely used. And so we are updating it into the Global Cat Conservation Strategy that will be published hopefully next year. We again, in this book, reflect the Assess Plan Act cycle. The list of content follows strictly these 5 steps, and sets the context, of course, in an introduction, and has all these different sections that reflect these different steps. So we will develop general guiding principles based on status and threats, and develop objectives to counteract them. In online meetings, we will identify regional challenges and develop conservation priorities with the entire membership. So we will have regional online meetings so we can focus on the regional aspects. Oops, I just went too far. Sorry. So, of course, for all of this, we need a network. We need people who cooperate with us. We need partners. We need our members. And we need to cooperate with national conservation authorities, with regional scientific institutions, with NGOs on different levels. To facilitate this, we have started to sign memorandum of understanding with species working groups that will help us foster data exchange, tighten the link to and support implementation of ACT, cooperate and advise regarding feedback input for assess and consequently plan, and also allows to outsource in large networks that can never be administered within IUCN SSC specialist groups. You have to remember that we are volunteer networks, so our capacities are limited, but we can still include a lot more people if we have this memorandum of understanding. So far, we have 5 MOUs signed with over 300, reflecting over 300 members. We have 3 small cat working groups, which is exciting, and this will be expanded in the near future considerably. Another really important partners are the conventions. The MEAs, as they are called, the multilateral environmental agreements, here represented by the Convention on Migratory Species, that had his last COP in Samarkand. And I would quickly like to explain you why conventions can matter to cat conservation, because it allows the specialist groups to engage with the range countries on cross-border cooperation, which is really a key important point, because almost all cat species occur cross-border and need cross-border cooperation. And this can be facilitated, of course, with such a framework of a convention. There are several cat species listed under CMS, these 5 bigger cats, and since the last COP, also 2 small cats, the Eurasian lynx and the manu. So we are really excited that this has happened. They, as associated to their listing, they have a number of concerted actions identified. We have supported the proponents, which are the parties. So one party has to submit, one or several parties together have to submit a listing proposal that is then discussed in the conference of the parties and approved or not approved. So now we help these proponents or range countries or parties to help implement these concerted actions. We are supporting several initiatives of, for instance, CITES and CMS, or CMS-specific initiatives. They have some joint initiatives, but they have also their specific initiatives. And the newly 2 listed small cats, Eurasian lynx and manu, are under the Central Asia Mammal Initiative included now. So they are included in the action plan of this regional initiative as well. Meetings of the UN conventions and other conventions offer unique opportunities to raise awareness for your species and your work. For instance, through side events. And there we always have recommended and tried to co-host it with a party. So we, from the beginning, have included the relevant government authorities. And often through these side events, if you introduce a topic or a problem into a side event of such a convention, it then helps to lever it to an agenda point in a later meeting. In Samarkand, we have organized with our partners from PICA, the Royal Zoological Society of Scotland, Northern's Ark. Together, we have organized a side event called the Cats of the Silk Road. We produced several information material like poster or these roll-up banners that became very popular. At the end of the conference, the Uzbek government came and asked whether they could keep them for information purposes. And because they really liked this idea of the Cats of the Silk Road, they organized also at the CITES COP that happened last November, again, side event on this topic. So that's a very nice example how you can present your information and lever the and raise the awareness for species that otherwise completely remain unknown in a large part of the population. So that was very exciting. Of course, I mean, this is communication on site, which is always very good because you can directly address people. But we also communicate, of course, through a number of our tools that we have. The website, which has very extended species profiles that are updated every time we have an update of a red list assessment or green status of species assessment. The affiliated groups that we work with are presented. Then we have, of course, cat news as one of our communication tools. We have a digital cat library where we make available over 16,000 publications in the meantime, and it is available to people who are interested in. And we also communicate to social media. So there is a whole fleet of, and more to come, a whole fleet of tools that we use. We have a special series of cat news called Cat News Special Issue. And this can become very interesting for small cat work because it allows to consolidate scattered knowledge on cats. And include, for instance, a conservation roadmap that can guide funding priorities. It can be distributed to governments and institutions. We have to be aware that government agencies don't read individual papers, but if they get a magazine, a publication with all the information compiled, then they have a look at it, or the chance is much higher than they have a look at it. It can help working groups to secure grants for fieldwork if they act on identified priorities that we can support. There is a mentorship-based publishing process throughout, so we can also help people publish articles that have not so much experience with it. Just to show you two examples, we have lately published a special issue on Iberian lynx, summarizing 22 years of an incredible effort to save the species from extinction. But we have also published an issue on the manual that includes a strategy. And so we would like to crank up these monographs. And there, of course, that's an opportunity for small cat work to become more visible. And then last not least, we need to build capacity. As Axel said, we encounter all the time over and over again that there is a need for capacity development, particularly in this field where we are active. We have a two-step course where in a first approach, in a basic course, we make people familiar with the work of IUCN, SSC, and the cat specialist group and the conservation cycle. And then in a more in-depth course, in an advanced course, we will teach over 10 days, 5 modules that addresses every step in the project cycle. We do this in partnership with the Center for Species Survival at the Big Cat Sanctuary in Kent. That we have established this partnership last year. And the Center for Species Survival are partnerships between the chair's office, the SSC chair's office, and leading conservation organizations. These centers can be either topical, geographic, or taxonomic. There are now over 40 such centers established and more to come. So it's a fantastic opportunity for the specialist groups to get support from the species survival officers that are hired by these host organizations for planning and assessments and wherever the need is. So it's a very promising partnership system. So to summarize, we need a more holistic approach for small cat conservation based on a firm strategic framework that IUCN SSC is offering. And we need more visibility for small cat work. Then to be able to address the government agencies, because they are key, and that has been there is still a lot of work to do. But I'm hopeful with all this increasing support for small cats that we also manage to advance on this level here that I just presented. And with this, I conclude, and thank you very much for your attention.
Absolutely terrific. Christine, thank you so much. That's really wonderful. If anyone has a question, you can just put it into the Q&A now, just as Angus was talking about. It really is remarkable when you give this overview, just how much has been done in the past, but how much is happening right now as well. And as you say, with an increasing emphasis as well for small cats, which is really terrific. Just if I just when you made an interesting comment in terms of taxonomy being emotional, and I think most people would think taxonomy is sort of dry and everything like that. But do you have any advice for how people around the world can help in terms of contributing information that might be relevant to either the assessing taxonomy or for instance, the threat status of species, small cat species?
I think what helped us really for a breakthrough was that we had a relatively easy to communicate method in place to also guarantee that we could address uncertainty, because there is a lot of uncertainty. And we have species where we have a lot of information, and we have species where we have very limited information. And why it's so emotional, I was very surprised, honestly. But it's it's my cat and has the name of my region, or something that's very close to people, and people can get really, really, really very emotional. That's amazing. What people can contribute is contributing with samples for the molecular assessment. That's very crucial. We will see some changes in the South American small cats in the near future, and they're just that more people are in the field, more people provide samples, has helped a lot to solve some of the issues we had beforehand, and also encourage people to work on morphology, because morphology is one part as well. Just help compile all this necessary information is crucial, and everybody can contribute to that.
That's wonderful. Yeah, very good. Thank you. Very interesting. There's a couple of questions, and so I'm going to encourage Nadia Bou, to unmute and ask your question of Christine.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, my name is Nadia Bou. I'm from Uruguay, and I want to first of all thank you for a great talk. It was really inspiring, all that you are doing. And I wanted to know how we can contribute with information for the database, and what are what are the standards for the records to be included in that database?
So the database is under construction, and as soon as people can contribute, we will communicate widely that people can contribute and and then also publish the format we would like to have, or the standards that we need that the records are included. Because we have all these different type of observations that we can include. We can also probably move to a reliability label, to whatever. I mean, we are still discussing a lot how to shape it. But yes, you will be able to contribute, and we would be grateful for everybody who will contribute.
Well, thank you. It's really amazing, this information you are gathering together.
Excellent. And then there's a related question from Nicholas Galvez. Nicholas, if you wouldn't mind following up with your question.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Christine. Thank you. Nico Galvez here from Chile. Thank you very much for your talk and this overview and all these exciting things. Yeah, a very related question with the previous one. I didn't know about this database, but I immediately thought about how, if there's been any talks or maybe seeing ways to collaborate with the Snapshot Global Initiative, which is currently a collaboration platform with camera trapping all along in different parts of the world. Chile just recently started the Chile Snapshot Chile, and Brazil has it been incorporated now. There's Europe, there's US, Japan, etc. And there's already defined protocols, times of the year where cameras traps are set up, minimum amount of effort. So there's something there that maybe is interesting to kind of think about collaborating with the Snapshot Global Initiative as a way to get more data on cats around the world. Yeah, that was the question, is if you have thought about it or talked about it. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thanks a lot. That's a great input. I will put you in touch with our spatial analyst, and he is more up to date than I am currently, and he can answer your question more precisely. I will put you in touch.
Okay, thank you, Christine.
Well, thank you very much, Christine. There are more questions, and you'll be able to see them in the chat. And maybe if you wouldn't mind, addressing some of those, just so we stay on time with other speakers. But again, what a privilege, and really, just impressive what the CAP Specialist Group has done, continues to do, and the way forward into the future. Even as you mentioned, the strategic plan that's being evolved, and thank you so much for everything in terms of helping to save all cats, even small cats, especially small cats, around the world. As I just switch here, by the way, I should have said who I am. Yesterday there was a big bio, and we won't go through that again, but just to say that I am the director of the Small Cat Program and for Conservation Translocations for Panthera. And now it's my real pleasure to introduce my close colleague and friend, Ming, who's just appeared on the screen, because Ming will be helping to moderate the session until I sort of return for our afternoon, or depends where you are, for our panel later on topics that Christine just talked about, very important, about how we engage governments in policy and actions. So introducing Ming here, it's my pleasure, as he's a conservation biologist and of course the director of the Small Cats Conservation Science at Panthera. He's working across South and Southeast Asia, Africa, and Latin America to advance research in field-based conservation for all 33 small cat species. He's authored numerous scientific papers on small cat ecology, population trends, and habitat use, contributing key insights for more than a dozen species. Ming is an active member of the Cat Specialist Group and has participated in multiple wildcat red and green status assessments, red list and green status assessments. His work integrates advanced wildlife monitoring with community partnerships to protect some of the world's most elusive felids. Welcome, Ming.
Great. Thank you very much, Axel, for handing over the baton for day 2 moderation. As Axel said, it's been such an incredible start to the Small Cat Symposium. It's been such a fantastic and amazing turnout so far. Furthermore, it's been really great to see so many familiar names and faces. It's great to have you all. And so without any further ado, let's move forward into the second day of presentations. And so our first speed talk sessions, they span Africa, Central Asia, South America, the Himalayas, Central America, and East Africa, which is a powerful reminder that while small cats are globally distributed, the pressures they face are locally complex. And so first up, we have Martina Küsters. Martina Küsters has had an extensive career in nature conservation, ranging from telemetry tracking, disease ecology, and predator research. Dedicated to small cat conservation since 2012, she is the project coordinator for the Black-Footed Cat Research Project in Namibia, a project by the Black-Footed Cat Working Group. Martina, stage is yours.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, you are loud
Yes.
and clear.
Okay, good. Hi, everyone. I'm Martina. I'm with the Black-Footed Cat Working Group. I'll be presenting how we mapped an elusive species. We used the landscape ecology's role in defining black-footed cats and their distribution in Southern Africa with my co-members, Michelle and project leader, Alexander Sliva. Black-footed cats are the smallest wildcat species in Africa, and they have the most restricted range. They're endemic to Southern Africa. They're very rare and uncommon, underreported, unfortunately, difficult to monitor and assess population size, and they're frequently also misidentified as Southern African wildcats or small spotted genet.
Excuse me, Martina, sorry to interrupt. Your presentation is not on presentation view, at least from what I see from my, so just to let you know.
Is that better? No?
No, that's still the same.
Martina, yeah, we're seeing your actual PowerPoint, the whole slide deck. You might need to share again and then just choose the actual presentation view window. So just click the green share button again and reshare the actual presentation, not the part. There we go.
There we go.
Is that better?
100%.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay. All right. So they're listed under the IUCN as vulnerable. They're also on Appendix 1 of CITES. They're only protected in South Africa and Botswana, but not in Namibia. They're of conservation concern due to multiple reasons. Small populations that are vulnerable, and they occur at low densities. We have a limited understanding of its distribution, and what we know of its distribution, it's mainly outside protected areas. So the priority for the IUCN Red List, the latest one, was to map and update the extent distribution. So we used GIS data of landscape and ecoregions. We listed those into habitat suitabilities. We used terrain as well. And then we only used verified records according to the SCALP, which is used by the CORA project. We use buffers of 50%, 50 kilometers around each record. Total of 746 records. Most of them were from South Africa. We use QGIS in all the mapping. So what we have is a very reduced extent distribution range, which excludes unsuitable areas. You can see the range is non-continuous, and it also maps the extent and locations of subpopulations. It's a more accurate presentation of distribution of black-footed cats in Namibia. We also map the IUCN presence code, which is possibly extent, presence uncertain, possibly extinct, and extinct. The map helps us to identify research and survey areas for future work on black-footed cats. Okay, thank you, everyone. Do you have any questions?
Awesome. Thank you very much, Martina. That was a great speed session there. Black-footed cats, notoriously some of the most difficult cats to study in the wild, you know, very in tune, from what I've been told, and very in tune to kind of their habitat. So even using some of the most common conservation tools like camera traps can be quite difficult. And that's one of the main tools that we are using to kind of estimate and predict species distribution ranges. So I'd be interested to know quickly, you know, what are some of the challenges that you've had when it comes to studying black-footed cats in the wild?
Yeah, so it's the most important one is getting verified records, and they're often misidentified as African wildcat or small spotted genet. And it's just really difficult to get good location records that are definitely of black-footed cats. So we do have some records that are just not verified, and unfortunately we don't want to map those. So now what we've done is we've really tried to only use verified records, which is comparatively low. Low number of records means we are limited with our mapping.
Right. Yeah, very interesting. Have you thought about, because of the misidentification can be so significant, about thinking about incorporating that into some sort of conservation education programs, or just outreach awareness of just how to identify some of the carnivores or animals that might appear in their backyards? As you mentioned, a lot of their distribution is outside of protected areas, perhaps in agricultural landscapes and in people's kind of private areas. And so kind of reaching out to those landowners and saying, this is a black-footed cat, this is a spotted genet. I'm sure those things might be quite beneficial.
Yeah, so the Black-footed Cat Working Group and Beryl Wilson have done extensive awareness, trying to educate and just make aware that black-footed cats are different. They are not African wildcats. And so I can also say here in Namibia, I've done extensive posters and newspaper. But the best way is to get out and get the farming community involved, because most of their range do occur on private farmland. So I think it's really crucial that we do a lot of education and awareness in those areas.
Great, awesome. Yeah, once again, demonstrating conservation is also a social aspect, social science, dealing with local peoples there. Great. Yeah. Thank you very much, Martina. That was a wonderful speed presentation. And we're going to move on to the next now.
Thanks so much.
Yep, pleasure. Oh, sorry, there was one question in the Q&A. Again, just for the sake of timing, we can move on. But Martina, if you can address that in the Q&A, that would be great.
Yes.
Awesome. So moving on to our next presentation, Speed Talk, we have Katarzyna Ruta. Katarzyna Ruta is one of the coordinators of PICA, the Pallas's Cat International Conservation Alliance, a project dedicated to advancing global conservation efforts for the Pallas's cat, or Marnal. She has worked closely with colleagues from PICA and many international partners across the Pallas's cat range for several years to help protect this unique and elusive small cat. Katarzyna, that's over to you.
Can everyone see this okay, I hope?
Yep, I see it. But again, it's the same thing. It's not, yep, now it's in presented view. Perfect.
Oh, is it all good? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. My name is Kasia. Today I will introduce you briefly to PICA, the Pallas's Cat International Conservation Alliance, which is a support project for Pallas's cat conservation globally. PICA is a partnership project that aims to advance Pallas's cat conservation through capacity building, research, and strategic planning. And we've been active for a decade. Some of the key outcomes include the delivery of the Pallas's Cat Conservation Strategy, which was developed alongside the IUCN Cat Specialist Group and the Marnal Working Group. We've also supported over 18 field projects in 9 Pallas's Cat range countries through our PICA Small Grant Program that channels donations received from the zoo community to the Pallas's Cat field conservation community. And in doing so, connects the ex situ with the in situ conservation efforts quite effectively. We've also developed a range of resources. For example, we supported Eshan Mokanaki in development of the Marnal Field Monitoring Guide. We also work on policy level. So like Christine mentioned in her talk, in a joint effort, we've been supporting efforts to list the Pallas's cat on the Convention for Migratory Species, for example. And just broadly speaking, fostering collaborative approaches and building capacity is really at the core of the project. And here are some of these resources that I mentioned. And here are some recipients of our small grant program and the different types of activities that they deliver for the species. And these are the locations of some of these projects. So it's just to show the scope and the far-reaching impact of this activity. So PICA has been quite successful at helping to advance conservation efforts for Pallas's cats. And we've also realized that they could also act as a gateway to other similarly elusive small cats that they share their landscapes with. And this is a good example of that in action. So we've also developed a partnership with Team Barst Turkmenistan of Conservation Eggs Labs, led by Tanya Rosen. And so we're supporting the local team in their incredible efforts to boost monitoring and conservation efforts for small cats of Turkmenistan. And that includes the passes cats, but also species such as caracal or jackal cat. And they've had some encouraging results very, very quickly. So we believe that the PICA approach can act as a efficient model for small cat conservation for other species in Central Asia and beyond. And this is what we're currently working on with our partners from the IUCN and Cat Specialist Group on our small cat initiative. And I just wanted to quickly acknowledge the many close partners and supporters that we've worked closely over the years. Thank you.
Wow, that was fantastic. You got a lot in that 3 minutes there. That was good going. Absolutely fantastic. It's really great to learn a little bit more about PICA, you know, an international group of organizations coming together for the conservation of one species, a small cat, a Pallas's cat. Yeah, that's really fantastic. I don't see any questions in the Q&A at the moment, but one thing that I'd like to ask, you know, much like the snow leopard, it has this kind of vast natural range across quite some tricky geographies there. So what are the, I wouldn't want to say challenges, but what would be some of the lessons learned about kind of coordinating such conservation initiatives across these borders, across such a wide range of partners, stakeholders, and other actors?
Yeah, that's a really good point. And that's one of the biggest challenges and one of the biggest strengths of this project, I think, that we've been able to build a really strong network of partnerships across the many Passes Cat range countries, as well as across the zoos that support Passes Cats. So I would say our involvement with groups like the Manual Working Group, the IUCN Cat Specialist Group, and also individual specialists that we've met along the way. This is also, as Christine mentioned, attending and engaging with the conventions have been really helpful with that, as a lot of the Passes cat populations are, you know, transboundary and they're found across so many different countries. So each of these countries will have its own challenges. Each of these populations will have different challenges. So as I think you mentioned as well, even though there's such a vast spread species, they will have different pressures locally. So this is also what we try to look at when we administer our small grant program. So each of these projects will tackle a different issue. So for some places where there's been virtually no research on Passes cat, we will try to support those efforts. And other places, it could be things like threat mitigation efforts. For example, dogs are a big issue for Passes cats in many places. So yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. We have one question in the Q&A from Mauro. Mauro, if you don't mind unmuting and asking your question.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I was wondering if you can explain us why did you create PICA while there was a Manual Working Group already, and how they differentiate?
Yeah, that's a good question. So PICA was formed. I wasn't there when PICA was first formed, and yes, it is true that there is that we are a separate group from the Manual Working Group. So we come from the zoo background. So PICA was formed more as a collaboration of zoos, and we had Passes cats in the collection, and there was a desire to contribute meaningfully to conservation of these cats in the wild. And so we work closely with Manual Working Group, and we just support some of their activities as well as the activities of other partners. But yeah, our job is more to sort of, assist, coordinate. And for example, we jointly developed the conservation strategy, and there are actions identified in the strategy. Some of this belong to the Manual Working Group, some of those belong to us, some of those belong to both. So we just believe in a collaborative approach, really. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Katarzyna. That was a fantastic speed talk.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Okay, so up next we have Felipe Bortolotto Peters. Felipe holds a PhD in animal biology from the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul, with research focused on spatial ecology, habitat selection, and conservation of small neotropical felids. He is a member of the Instituto Pro Carnívoros and the founder of the Felinos do Pampa project. Felipe, it's over to you.
Hi, my name is Felipe Peters, and this study is between wildland and backyards, spatial-temporal dynamics of leopardos geoffroy and Felis catus in southern Brazil. Our study was conducted in the Brazilian Pampa biome, a highly fragmented landscape dominated by farms, industry, and urban areas. In this context, geoffroy's cat coexists with domestic cats, creating risks such as competition, pathogen spillover, and behavior interference. Our objective was to evaluate the home range, activity patterns, spatial overlap, potential contacts, and habitat use across natural and anthropogenic environments. We monitored 24 individuals using GPS telemetry, 10 geoffroy's cats, and 14 domestic cats. Our results show that geoffroy's cat exhibits large home range, averaging about 11 square kilometers, nearly 50 times larger than those of domestic cats, which average only 0.2 square kilometers. Habitat selection differed strongly. Geoffroy's cats selected natural habitats, while domestic cats were associated with anthropogenic areas. Bird species were mainly nocturnal and showed high temporal overlap in activity. However, spatial overlap was minimal, averaging only 1.2%, and direct encounters under 50 meters were extremely rare. Although spatial segregation reduced direct encounters, domestic cats can still generate indirect impacts, such as reduced prey availability in natural areas and environmentally mediated pathogen transmission. Mitigating these risks require integrated actions, including responsible cat ownership, sterilization, vaccination, and the management of semi-feral individuals near natural remnants. Protecting natural remnants as connective nodes and refuges is essential for ensuring that geoffroy's cat persists without entering the domestic domains. In this context, I invite you to attend the presentation of the Wild Cats of the Pampa project, a local initiative that promotes coexistence between wild and domestic species in human-impacted ecosystems like this one. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much, Felipe. I think that was a recording, so I'm not too sure if we have him available to answer any questions. But the topic was very interesting. I think something where we have the interface between where wild meets the domestic or the human-dominated landscapes. That's something that we see, I think, a lot in many of our projects, particularly with small cats that are, somewhat abundant and occur in these human-dominated landscapes. That interaction between cats, wild cats, and domestic animals, and possibly disease transmission. But yeah, I don't think he's online. So with that, we can move forward to the next talk. That's given by Choki. Choki is a research assistant focused on carnivore ecology and threatened species conservation across Asia and North America. Her work integrates field ecology, spatial modeling, and biodiversity data analysis to understand species distribution, population dynamics, and conservation strategies. So over to you, Kama. Yep, looks good.
All right. Okay. So yeah, today I'm going to talk about the factor influencing the co-occurrence pattern of small felid found in Bhutan, and to just give a brief background about the study area. Bhutan is a very small country in South Asia with total geography area less than 39,000 kilometers square with human population density 20% per kilometer. And Bhutan has also half of its country under protected area network and forest cover. We also have this amazing diversity of wildcat, including the 5 species of small cats as shown in the picture here. But however, just like in any other region, the conservation of small cat in Bhutan is hugely overshadowed by the conservation of other flagship species. And because of that, we have a limited knowledge on their population size and distribution. And also Bhutan is currently experiencing this socioeconomic development and its impact. So it's very important for us to understand and know how this threatened small felid persists in this increasing human-modified landscape. So therefore, the objective of our study was to assess the pattern of co-occurrence among these 3 small felid, Asiatic golden cat, marble cat, and mainland leopard cat, and to evaluate the factor mediating their co-occurrence, and also to see if there's an influence of human disturbance on their spatial co-occurrence across the altitudinal gradient. So the present absent data for this study was from the nationwide camera trap that we did for the tiger study in 2014-15. So in total, we had 1,129 stations with paired camera, and these are the information that we use to test our hypothesis. And as you may agree, that is quite challenging to deduce and quantify the association and dependence among the study species, but nevertheless, we use this large sample size of data along with the Ruta 2016 multi-species occupancy interacting model, and this is a result that we got. The occupancy of Asiatic golden cat is highest, where the detection rate of leopard cat was high. There was also this strong evidence that the overall occupancy and detection of marble cat was comparatively low compared to the Asiatic golden cat and leopard cat in Bhutan. And as you all can see in the top row, slope had a strong influence on the occurrence of all these 3 small felid, and there's also a strong evidence of forest cover being positively associated with the leopard cat and marble cat occurrence. And we also saw that the leopard cat had some positive association with the housing density, which also goes to show that leopard cats are highly adaptable and they have tolerance to the certain degree of human modified landscape. So as per our prediction, we assume that the interaction among these small felid would vary across the altitudinal gradient. However, as per our result, it indicated that it's only true for 1 species pair, marble cat and leopard cat. There was this strong evidence that there's a negative interaction between the marble cat and the leopard cat as we move from lower elevation to higher elevation. And contrary to our prediction, human disturbance or housing density didn't have any influence on the interaction or the co-occurrence pattern of this species. However, but at a finer scale, we did see that the leopard cat was positively associated with the human presence. So the overall finding of our study was that there was no strong evidence of co-occurrence of these 3 small felid being directly mediated by the human disturbance as of now, and that only 1 species pair, marble cat and leopard cat, were negatively interacting with increase in elevation, and that lower elevation habitat in Bhutan can really promote the sympatry among these small felid. So through this study, we also demonstrated the potential of mountain regions like Bhutan with comparative low human density and intact forests for promoting the conservation of this threatened small felid. And we also put forward the recommendation of limiting the conversion of these rugged steep terrains to the other land use for the conservation of this small felid. Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Kamala. That was a great speed talk. And when it comes to small cats, Bhutan is certainly one of the places to be with such a fantastic felid diversity. I mean, not only just all of those wonderful small cats that you mentioned, but also the Asian golden cat, all 6 color morphs as well. So yeah, really great diversity of small cats there. So there's one question that we have in the Q&A from Palak Thakur. Would you mind unmuting your mic and asking your question?
Yeah, hi, Karma. I just want to know that, did you take the top 4 models for occupancy? Because I have done the same thing with present software, not R. So I just want to know whether, you took the top 4 models by which you have taken this occupancy for these 3 species.
Yeah, so since we were dealing with the multiple species, like 3 species, so we have a lot of competing candidate models which we were testing against our hypothesis. So for the final result, we just selected the top model for the to interpret our interaction results and all. So yeah, all these results were based on the top models.
Okay, thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Palak, for your question. I just have one question as well, again, kind of in relation to the felid diversity of Bhutan. Why did you focus on those 3 species? Was there particular reasoning? Why didn't you include kind of other felids, particularly if, I assuming you're using a lot of the bycatch data from the National Tiger Survey that they did?
Yeah, so this data was from the National Tiger Survey. So yeah, we did have data of other species, small felid species, but then as we all can agree that there's a limitation to the modeling when it comes to modeling. I mean, we can incorporate as many as species we want in modeling, but it gets very complex and the interpretation can get really messy. So since we were using the Ruta multi-species interacting model, we just use these 3 species because, again, it also depends on the information that we had in hand. So we had adequate independent detection of H8 golden cat, leopard cat, and marble cat compared to the other species. So we decided that, hey, this is the 3 species that we're going to study and try to see their sympatry among the small felid in Bhutan.
Great, thank you. It's fantastic to see marble cats included there. It's one of my favorites, but also one that occurs in such low detections in many areas where we are studying them. So great, thank you very much. And we're going to move on to our next speaker. So our next speaker is José Ramírez-Fernández. José is a Costa Rican biologist, graduated from the University of Costa Rica, and has been working on wildlife conservation since 2019. His main interest is threat mitigation actions applied to endangered and endemic species through community-based proposals, reinforced with research and environmental education to communicate the importance and uniqueness of native species for natural ecosystems. José, over to you.
Good morning. Today, I will present the first extensive study on the habitat use of the endangered Central American clouded oncilla, Leopardus pardinoides oncilla, in Costa Rica. As you might know, montane cloud forests are highly threatened ecosystems that are vulnerable to climate change. These complex habitats harbor many species that suffer the negative consequences of this global phenomenon, such as shifts in their distribution and habitat use. Central American clouded oncilla is the smallest and most endangered wildcat in Mesoamerica. Classified as vulnerable by the IUCN under Leopardus tigrinus and as endangered by Costa Rican environmental authorities, it is primarily reported in the fragile cloud forest of Costa Rica and western Panama, where it faces several threats. The species is poorly understood, with no studies conducted in Central America assessing its habitat preferences. To bridge this knowledge gap, we compiled data on the species occurrence through a collaborative approach with other researchers, and we sampled 2 mountain ranges in Costa Rica with camera traps, achieving a sampling effort of more than 59,000 trap nights. And we conducted an occupancy analysis to understand the anthropogenic and environmental features that influence oncilla habitat use, Additionally, we conducted spatial predictions of habitat use across its northern and southern range in Costa Rica to identify priority conservation areas for the species. We found that oncillas are, in some way, habitat specialists. Our results show that oncillas select habitat with denser tree cover at high elevations, closer to permanent water sources, which may provide them with high prey density and a favorable habitat structure for their survival. Interestingly, they don't seem to avoid human settlements or roads. While this might seem like they are adaptable, it actually puts them at high risk, increasing interaction with feral and introduced species and roadkill, on which there's evidence of at least 3 roadkill oncillas along the Pan American Highway in Costa Rica only in 2023. Spatial predictions identify 2 main regions as conservation priority areas where threat mitigation efforts and monitoring should be implemented: the Caribbean slope of the Talamanca Mountains and the Arenal Monteverde Forest Complex. Conclusion: the occupancy modeling approach turned out to be very useful to assess the spatial associations of the species with the environment and mapping the conservation priority areas, identifying the Talamanca Mountains as the subspecies global stronghold. Conservation efforts and future research should focus on threats that could negatively impact Central American clouded oncilla populations and habitat use to ensure the survival of this unique wildcat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jose, for that recording and presentation. That was very interesting indeed. I'll give it a moment to see if there's any Q&As popping up. But yeah, the Costa Rica oncilla, it's a special population, right? Because it's isolated from everywhere else. And so the work that you're doing, kind of understanding the habitat use and what are the habitat variables associated with their detections and ultimately their survival, is going to be key to kind of inform a lot of the conservation planning for that particular species. So, any thoughts about how you would use that for corridors and other kind of identification of conservation priorities?
So right now we are reinforcing mitigation threats in the northern limit range for the species, which is the Monteverde cloud forest in Costa Rica. And actually, the Monteverde cloud forest has been very well studied in terms of the impact of climate change. So knowing that this species is a kind of a specialist on cloud forest, it is an area of particular interest. So right now we are working on mitigation threats on the subject of potential disease transmission by feral cats and dogs, which is something like very common. The pets that are unattended and they go into natural areas, they get in contact with wild felids and other species as well. So we are implementing efforts there, and we are working with a lot of natural preserved areas there, and also with private lands to understand how the species move in these situations and what we can do about it and how it gets into contact with invasive species.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Jose. That was fantastic work that you and your team are doing out there in Costa Rica for such an understudied small cat, the oncilla. Great. Thank you very much. Let's move on to our next talk. Our next talk will be given by Nyasatu Mkaka. Nyasatu is a Tanzania-based carnivore research officer at WCS with 5 years of experience in carnivore monitoring and conservation. Her work across Tanzania focuses on camera trapping, spore surveys, AI applications, and community conservation initiatives addressing human-wildlife conflict. Nyasatu, I'll hand over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you see me?
Yep, I can hear and see you loud and clear, and I'm just waiting for your presentation to come on.
Can you see my...
I can, but it's not yet in presenter view. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Over to you.
Okay, thank you so much for a nice introduction, and thank you so much for participating in this conference. I will be talking about calico habitat preference and interspecific interaction in the Ruarungwa ecosystem in Tanzania. So, as we all know, like large carnivore play a significant role in the ecology and the balanced ecosystem, but we have just limited research on small medium carnivore, especially calico. So, in my case, I wanted to study calico and understand their preference in the Ruarungwa ecosystem in the southern Tanzania. Calico is a small medium cat with the male ranging from 12 kilogram and female 10 kilogram. They share habitat with other carnivores, and they also prey on antelopes up to 50 kilogram. So these species, they are facing also challenges ecologically, like competition with other species, including leopard and the spotted hyena, because they have a wide home range, and so they can compete for food, territory, and other resources. So to understand this, we had few objectives, which we wanted to estimate calico occupancy across the Ruarungwa ecosystem, and we wanted to identify the key factors influencing calico distribution in Tanzania. Also, we wanted to examine special relationship between calico and the other large carnivores. And also, our study was mainly based on providing baseline data for previously unstudied landscape. So we conducted this study in Tanzania, as you can see in this map, in the Ruarungwa ecosystem, which is in the southern part of the Tanzania. This ecosystem include a mix of landscape with the habitat of acacia conifers and the miombo. But also, it have different protection level. With the Ruaha National Park is managed by Tanzania National Park Authority, which is mainly based in tourism activities. And in the Lungwa Game Reserve plus Kizigo and the Muhesi is just a game reserve which is managed by Tanzanian Wildlife Authority, and they also allow trophy hunting. So it is also surrounded by villages which they have their activities like agriculture and the pastoralism. So you can see, and we have Bomipa, WMA, which is managed by wildlife management areas. So we used the camera trap, as you can see zoomed here. Our camera trap was mainly placed on road and some in game trail. So it was just a semi-systematic camera trap, and we had paired camera trap stations up to 150, and we spaced this camera based on leopard and lion ecology because it was for large carnivore study. And the type of camera trap used was mixture of white flash and infrared with different models. So our analysis was including single species, single season occupancy model, and we just had the data detection of presence and absence with 0 and 1, and we put our data into 5 night sampling occasions. So we used we tested the correlation between the variables, and all variables which were correlated were excluded in our model. And we used the AIC, Archaic Information Criterion, to rank our models. So our result was camera placement on road was highly positive associated with calico detection compared to camera placement on game trail. Also, spotted hyena capture rate was the negative effect to calico detection. And also for calico site use, we had a positive association with open vegetations, while as a covariate way, they have negative impact, but they are not significant. So you can see in this diagram, we have in the left side, we have detection probability with camera placement on road, and calico detection probability in the presence of spotted hyena. And this graph shows the calico predicted site use in presence of large carnivores and also in habitat features. So for large carnivores, they had no effect. For calico, especially like they are using the same area, but also for village, the calico were more closer to village rather than the other areas. And the open vegetation calico are increasing as in the area of more than which in the area which is more open than the other areas. So limitation for this study is we didn't include the prey availability, as our study was mainly based on large carnivores. And also most of our camera were placed on road rather than game trail, as in this ecosystem, we have few roads and they are temporary for activities like tourism or hunting. So also we used just a single dry season. We didn't include the wet season because it was hard to reach during that time. So what we recommend is to incorporate prey availability measurement in the occupancy for future research. Also implement multi-season studies to understand this particular species. And we have recommendation for management implication, which we wanted to maintain habitat heterogeneity within the protected area, and also to protect and manage habitats that are preferentially used by calico. Also, we recommend the mini partners to strengthen hard poaching and snaring patrols, particularly near settlement boundaries, and the careful manage buffer zone and the edge area to reduce poisoning and other human-related risk, as we saw calico just closer to village end and didn't have any effect. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nyasatu, for a wonderful presentation. Really incredible work there. Caracol's arguably one of the most beautiful wildcats out there. While we wait to see if there's anything popping up in the Q&A, yeah, thanks very much for that presentation. So caracols are using roads. That's where you're putting a lot of your cameras. I'm wondering, do you ever document any roadkill of caracols in the area? And if so, are you planning to implement any kind of mitigation measures around those particular habitat features?
Yeah, so we are planning in this presentation, we are planning to publish our paper this year. And also, as I'm working with the WCSC in the same landscape, so I think we will also have to do analysis for the species. Why it was just for large carnivore, but we have so many detection of calico, and I'm sure we can do monitoring.
Great, fantastic. So we have a question in the Q&A from Rue Campbell. If you don't mind unmuting and asking your question, please.
Hi, thank you. Yes, that was a nice talk. I was wondering, I know you said that they were sharing the same habitat as hyena and leopard, but I was wondering if the proportion of their use of their preference for open habitat is that to do with that's their favored hunting areas, so it's for prey, or is it because they're trying to avoid being ambushed by predators?
I'm not sure for the reason yet, but for in the Ruarungo ecosystem, there is a paper from Charlotte and Paolo, which have written more about the leopard and the hyena, and they are highly widely spread in the area, so like 90%. So maybe that's why we just found like calico didn't have any effect with those species.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, because I was wondering, because you one of the things you said was you wanted to increase habitat heterogeneity. But I guess it would be good to understand the scale of that, because if for example it was predator avoidance, they might also then be a buffer, so that if the open areas are too small, the caracal still might not like using them if they're avoiding predators. Whereas if it's nothing to do with that, it's about the prey, then it doesn't matter so much.
Yeah.
So it'd be really interesting to know that sometime. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great question. Thanks, Rue Campbell, for that. Great. Thanks again, Nyasatu, for a wonderful presentation. I think right now, according to the program, we're going to have a break. And I think probably a break for 5 minutes, and then we'll move into the long talks for the afternoon. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone had a decent amount of time to grab a drink, a snack, whatever you needed. We're going to be moving into some long talks now. So in the previous session, we saw how ecological data, spatial modeling, and coordinated initiatives are helping clarify where small cats can persist, how they interact with increasingly human-modified landscapes. And so for now, we move into the deeper structural questions. Are protected areas functioning as intended? How is organized crime shaping wildlife trade? How do cultural traditions intersect with conservation? And how bold should we be in restoring lost populations? This next session shifts from mapping patterns to confronting pressures, and in some cases, rebuilding populations. So first up, we have Dr. Andrew Hearn. Andy Hearn is a carnivore specialist, founding director of the Borneo Carnivore Program, and postdoctoral researcher at the University of Oxford. He specializes in the ecology and conservation of Southeast Asian wild cats, including clouded leopards, and over the last 20 years has led and contributed to numerous studies and conservation initiatives, guiding carnivore and rainforest biodiversity conservation across Borneo and Southeast Asia. Handing over to you, Andy.
Fantastic. Thanks, Ming. Can everybody hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Wonderful. Let me just try and share. Replace current share. Send request. Okay, it says that someone else is currently sharing. All right. Let's track down. There we go. Okay. How's that?
Yep, that looks perfect. Great.
Excellent.
Thanks, Andy.
Thanks, Ming. So let me start by saying good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to those of you that are still hanging on in there. And thank you to the organizers for this opportunity to speak today. Today, I want to explore a relatively simple, but what I think important question, and that is, are protected areas in Brunei safeguarding suitable habitat for the flat-headed cat and other Bornean felids? Like much of Southeast Asia, indeed the world, the island of Borneo has experienced profound landscape change over recent decades. In the 1950s, much of the island remained forested, but from the 70s onwards, industrial logging and large-scale land conversion accelerated rapidly, and by 2010, nearly 30% of Borneo's forests had been cleared, while over half of the remainder had been logged. Much of this transformation occurred in productive lowland areas, leaving much of the remaining forest increasingly confined to more rugged upland terrain. Against this regional backdrop, the Sultanate of Brunei in northeastern Borneo stands out. Despite covering just 5,765 square kilometers, the country retains over 70% forest cover, much of it still primary. This is partly attributable to a petroleum-based economy that reduced pressure for agricultural expansion. As a result, Brunei maintains a structurally diverse forest landscape that contrasts sharply with more heavily altered regions of neighbouring Malaysian and Indonesian Borneo. However, Brunei is not immune to change. Infrastructure expansion, particularly in the lowlands and peri-urban areas, is increasingly altering the landscape. These pressures are especially relevant for wild felids, whose spatial requirements make them particularly sensitive to habitat loss and disturbance. Brunei supports all five of Borneo's wildcat species. At one end of the ecological spectrum are the arboreal specialists, the Sunda-clouded leopard and the marbled cat, associated with structurally complex interiors. At the other end is the Sunda leopard cat, an adaptable species often recorded in edge habitats and disturbed landscapes. Ecologically distinct from both is the flat-headed cat, an elusive and endangered riparian specialist closely tied to lowland peat swamp forests and freshwater systems, precisely the habitats that have experienced the greatest losses across Borneo. And then there is the Borneo bay cat, endemic to the island and one of the world's least known wildcats. This study had three objectives. First, to document occurrence patterns of all 5 felids using a national camera trap dataset. And second, to model the environmental drivers of their distributions at multiple spatial scales. And third, to quantify how much high suitability habitat overlaps with Brunei's protected area and forest reserve network. If I give a bit more background about Brunei, outside of Brunei's capital, Bandar Seri Begawan, roads, settlements and built environments are concentrated primarily along the coastal zone. Interior forest blocks remain comparatively intact, although road expansion is ongoing. Low-lying, much of the country sits below 300 meters above sea level, though the enclave of Temburong in the far east of the country becomes more rugged, rising to approximately 1,800 meters along its southern border. Lowland dipterocarp forest dominates alongside significant areas of peat swamp and freshwater wetland forest. A substantial proportion of Brunei falls within a network of protected areas and forest reserves, spanning conservation, protection and production categories. Now, between 2017 and 2024, our team conducted systematic camera traps across 12 forest areas throughout Brunei, spanning 321 camera stations. Stations were distributed across protected areas, production forests and unprotected land, and spanned an elevational gradient from 8 to 848 meters. This provided a national scale dataset covering both lowland wet systems and more elevated interior forests. To address our second and third objectives, we modelled Bornean felid habitat suitability using a multi-scale generalised linear modelling framework. Because true absences cannot be reliably inferred from camera trap detections, we adopted a presence pseudo-absence modelling approach. For each species, pseudo-absence points were randomly generated in equal number to observed presences, and this process was repeated 15 times to reduce sampling bias. We evaluated 25 environmental predictors representing anthropogenic, climatic and geomorphological variables. Each predictor was assessed across 8 spatial scales from 100 meters to 16 kilometers using multi-scale optimization to identify the scale that best explained species occurrence. Highly correlated predictors were removed prior to model fitting. We then fitted GLMs using an 80-20 training to testing split and retained models achieving an AUC greater than 0.7. Finally, we generated ensemble suitability maps by averaging across top performing models, producing national scale suitability surfaces for each species. A survey effort of approximately 31,700 trap nights yielded 173 independent felid detections. We recorded flat-headed cat and clouded leopards on 36 and 38 occasions, respectively. Marble cats were detected 19 times, while the most frequently recorded species was the Sunda leopard cat, with 78 independent detections. The bay cat was recorded only twice, including a record from Temburong that represents the first confirmed record of this species from this national park. Due to the limited number of bay cat detections, we excluded this species from the habitat modelling and focused modelling efforts on the remaining 4 felids. The modelling revealed clear ecological differentiation among the 4 species. Before interpreting these patterns, however, these maps should really be viewed as preliminary, reflecting the spatial coverage of the current survey effort. Starting with the flat-headed cat, suitability was strongly associated with low elevation, proximity to freshwater systems, and wetland forest types. This translated into a concentrated suitability in the low-lying landscapes of northern Belait and Tutong, with little predicted suitability in upland areas. The Sunda-clouded leopard showed a markedly different pattern. Suitability was associated with higher elevations, rugged terrain, and lower human disturbance, and strongly predicted suitability across interior and upland forest blocks, particularly in southern Tembarong. Marble cat showed a broadly similar but slightly broader pattern associated with interior forest and canopy structure, extending further into mid-elevation forests than clouded leopards. Finally, the Sunda-clouded leopard differed from the other species, showing higher suitability in lowland mosaic landscapes and greater tolerance of disturbed and edge habitats. When we apply threshold classifications, the patterns become even clearer. At the highest suitability threshold, representing the top 10% of predicted habitat and shown here in red, flat-headed cat habitat becomes highly restricted and spatially clustered within lowland wet systems to the north. Clouded leopard core habitat remains concentrated in interior upland forest blocks, while marble cats show a similar but slightly broader pattern extended into mid-elevation forests. The Sunda leopard cat retains a much broader distribution across lowland landscapes, even at higher suitability thresholds. When moderate suitability areas are included, the spatial footprint expands, but the core patterns remain consistent across species. Notably, the main coastal highway, shown here as black dotted lines, intersects the predicted distributions of all four felids, and in some cases passes directly through their core habitat, particularly for clouded leopards and most strikingly for the flat-headed cat. Within an 18-month period, 5 felid road mortalities were recorded across this highway, including both flat-headed cats and clouded leopards. And notably, these occurred within our areas our models identified as core habitat for those species. Ongoing surveys have also photographed a young, perhaps dispersing, clouded leopard on both sides of this 4-lane highway, further highlighting the threat this road presents. Taken together, these spatial patterns raise an important question. How well are these core habitats represented within Brunei's protected area and wider forest network? For the flat-headed cat, only 2% of high suitability habitat fell within protected areas, although around 23% occurred within all forest reserves. Sunda-clouded leopards showed intermediate coverage, with around 10% and 81% within the protected areas and forest reserves, respectively. Marble cats were much better represented, with around 22% within protected areas and nearly 90% within forest reserves. Similarly, leopard cats had around 20% of high suitability habitat within the protected areas and about 2/3 within the forest reserves. So while preliminary, these results show that Brunei's protected area network captures interior upland forests relatively well. However, lowland systems, which are critical for species such as the flat-headed cat, remain underrepresented within formal protection. As Brunei continues to implement its National Biodiversity Strategic Plan, spatial analyses such as these can help identify lowland landscapes that may warrant stronger protection or enhanced management. I'd like to briefly thank our collaborators at the University Brunei Darussalam, the Brunei Forestry Departments for permissions, our field teams and partners involved in all the surveys, and our core funder, Panthera, for supporting this work. And many thanks to you for listening. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Awesome, that was great. Thank you very much, Andrew. That was a fantastic presentation. And while I wait for the Q&A to build up, and I encourage people to ask as many questions as they can, I'll try and fill some time here. Really fantastic. First of all, great to hear that you're detecting all 5 species of wild cat, albeit there's only 2 detections of bay cat, but I'll be interested to learn a little bit more about those. But such complex guild of felids, right? We have, 2 cats that are kind of very forest dependent. We have one that's quite generalist that can hang around in the marginal areas, and then we have one that's kind of very, species habitat specific. And so devising kind of management plans for those species, I'm sure can be quite tricky. And so with your analyses, were there any areas where kind of all 4 species in terms of good habitat suitability, were there any areas where they kind of overlapped and kind of identified these really amazing kind of core areas where this would be a great area for the conservation of these 4 species if we implemented certain actions?
Yeah, sure. So, well, as we showed, that some of the cats are quite broad, whereas some, such as the flat-headed cat, are really quite restricted. So the overlaps are really occurring in the north of the country, in that kind of really lowland flatland system, which is absolutely perfect for flat-headed cats, but it's also suitable for some of the other felids, although perhaps not their most optimal habitat. So at the moment, there's only really one protected area in that low elevation peat swamp, swamp forest systems in Brunei. The rest is all in kind of mixed swamp, mixed dipterocarp and rugged kind of areas towards the south and the central areas. So I think there's a good case to be made to perhaps recommend new areas of protected area in that central kind of northern area. And indeed, the Brunei Forestry Department are actually looking at the moment to expand their protected area network. Now, of course, they need to juggle a whole variety of species, tens of thousands of species, and the cats probably, although they should, feature heavily. I don't think they necessarily are at the moment. So it's up to us to try and promote these species and to demonstrate how they are not only important unto themselves, but also as potentially as good umbrella for other species.
Yeah, absolutely. I think each individually has their own umbrella. Unfortunately, I think a lot of people will think kind of lump small cats together as one species. These are the small cats and whatever benefits them. But yeah, if we're able to kind of add that added detail of, okay, this is what this particular cat needs and this is what this needs and incorporates it into the plans, I think that would be kind of very impactful. So we generated quite a few questions here in the Q&A. So I'm just going to go ahead, start with the first one. Suranjita Roy, great question. If you mind unmuting and answering your question, please.
Hi, Andrew. Such a great presentation. My question was, I really wanted to know what should be the minimum independent event for each species if we are planning habitat probability. Because in my case, the independent event for all the species I'm getting is very low. So that's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, fantastic question. And if anyone has a good answer to that, please let me know. No, I mean, I think it really depends on what modeling approach you're using. I mean, I take advice from people that are much more experienced in these kind of analytical approaches than I am. And I think for occupancy, which is really quite a gold standard approach for exploring these kind of questions because it takes into account detection probability. We found that you need to have much higher rates, higher numbers to actually get for the models to actually, combine and to converge correctly. I think the GLM approach that we've often used, but not for a lot of the Southeast Asian felids, is perhaps less susceptible to lower numbers. But to be honest, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. We try all that we can to get as many captures as possible, but it's often not possible. And in so doing, sometimes we can bias the data by placing it in areas that are particularly functional for some animals, but then it reduces the detection for other animals. So it's a whole quagmire, to be honest. I'm not sure that answers your question, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, we're going to go for a couple more questions because we're generating a bit of a discussion here. So we have a question from Blair Hammond. If you can unmute your mic and ask your question. Blair, I'll give you a couple of seconds. If not, I'll... Oh, yeah.
There we go. I have it. Yeah, thanks. Sorry about that. Andrew, thanks very much. And not to take away from all the excellent data you got for all the other species, but I'm curious about whether there's anything in your methodology you might tweak in order to increase your chances of bay cat detections. They're infamously discrete and hard to survey, but is there anything that you learned from this effort that you might modify for the next time so that you might have improved chances of more bay cat detections given the limited data available on them? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Blair. That's a wonderful question. The bay cat is, as you know, the ghost cat. I mean, I'm sure there are many contenders among the world's wildcats, small wildcats, but the bay cat really is up there. It's really only in the last 10, 15, 20 years that we've even begun to start getting detections of this species. But even so, we still have very few records. And to be honest, we don't really have a good approach, apart from absolutely chucking the cameras down. That's the best way. As a group, we've worked in a more upland area in eastern Sabah called Tawau Hills Park, and we actually tried to explore that question specifically by deploying our cameras in the typical way, which is selecting areas which we think cats walk and select, ridges, human pathways, these kinds of things, where available roads. And also at the same time, we deployed it randomly in a kind of a systematic gridded format, but essentially we just went to the exact point and put the camera there. Now, we did this because a previous study had actually, it's very small scale, but it had shown that random placement of cameras helped elevate their detection in their study area. We did not find that. We found that when you placed it randomly, and we were putting 80 paired cameras across about 100 square kilometers, we found that the number of detections absolutely dropped off. So not only for bay cats, but for clouded leopards, we know how to record clouded leopards, and when we did it randomly, the records dropped off. But we saw the same was true with the bay cat. So to be honest, we really don't have any methods. I've got a few ideas that I'd like to test, subject to funding. And this is, doing what the native trappers have been doing for hundreds of years, and that is to guide species into your survey area. They use, of course, snares, and they use like little fences with little twigs and things to actually guide it in. And sometimes these extend tens of meters and they funnel the animal in. So I quite like to try that with bay cat. No idea whether it would work, but it's worth a shot. But yeah, at the moment, I think it's fair to say we simply don't have a clue. We still don't know how to survey for that cat.
Great, thank you,
Thanks.
Andrew. Very
It's pretty
interesting
cool that there are
insights.
so many.
Yeah, interesting insights. I mean, with moving on from the bay cats, even until recently, we weren't getting many detections of flat-headed cats. But it's great to see that those are starting to increase as well. I remember you telling me stories about putting fish tanks out and trying anything you can to get those detections. I'm going to ask you one question. Tia Christia Samosia, if you could just ask a question, and then we'll move on to the next talk.
Hi, Andrew. Thank you for insightful presentation. I was wondering if such results have been shared with National Park Agency and also Land Use Planning Agency in Brunei, as we have seen that the results of most of the felid cats also intersect with the main road crossing at the northern part of the Brunei. And if that has been done, like what's their response, and also like what's the future plan for the action plan for these cats in Brunei? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. That's a fantastic question and clearly very important to do this. I will say that this study is very fresh, hot off the press. So we actually got this accepted only about a month ago. So this actual study, the results of these maps have not been shared. However, we work very closely with colleagues at IBA at the University Brunei Darussalam, and they work in tandem with the Brunei Forestry Department, who are the senior government officials involved with national planning, biodiversity planning. And we together as a group have been discussing all of this kind of emerging data and evidence that we've been gathering. We also held, I think it was not last year, year before, a large workshop with all the kind of key core stakeholders in Brunei and invited them to discuss our analytical approach. And at this time we were actually exploring a software program that we've been developing that explores and identifies. It explores connectivity. It uses these distribution maps and it explores connectivity to kind of identify and prioritize and to explore the impacts of future development. So we've mainly kind of talked these things through with them, but I must admit that as yet it hasn't really bared any fruit. And this is something that we need to continue to do. And I hope to work on that in the future.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Andy. And for all those great questions, please, let's keep those great questions coming in. And so just very conscious of the time. So I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks again, Andrew.
Thanks.
And so up next, we have Lieth Carrillo. Lieth is an analyst at the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime. She has experience researching and monitoring organized crime dynamics, particularly those related to wildlife trafficking and environmental crimes, using data-based methods and OSINT tools. Lieth, over to you.
Okay, please let me know if you can see my screen.
Yep, I can see your screen. And then if you switch to presenter mode.
Yes.
Yeah, you're all good. Great,
Perfect.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, great way to break the ice. So, hi everyone. I will first like to thank the organizers for planning such an important event, and also thank you for the kind introduction. So today I'm going to present some insights concerning the trade of small wild cats from the project I belong to, EcoSolve, by the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime. So just to give you an overview, over the past decade, online markets have been exponentially increasing, and each year with the expanding of high-speed internet, even in remote locations. So for example, now with products like Starlink, you can gain easy access to internet in the middle of the Amazon forest. Just last year, there were approximately 5 billion worldwide social media users, equating to 65%, almost 65% of the total global population. So this is just to give us an idea of why this is important. So trade and illegal markets are moving online too. And at GTalk, we understood the importance of tackling online trade, and that is how EcoSolve was born. The primary reason to use digital markets rather than physical ones is because you can make yourself just a fake account, which is not directly traceable or linked with you. So for example, I know I can think of right now the Facebook anonymous post option. Now you don't have to enter posts with your profile. You can ask questions, and you can also sell illicit goods with that option and be untraceable. So there is also an increasingly globalized reach and ease of building new networks. And you can coordinate non-traditional payments, for example, and logistic service to transfer your products to avoid detection. So where do we work? We have 8 EcoSolve centers and 3 partner centers all over the world. So we have Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, South Africa, Nigeria, Thailand, and Indonesia. These are all active centers, and we have centers, partner centers in India, Jordan, and Cameroon, and they're active. All these hubs monitor wildlife trafficking ads on social media, online platforms, websites, e-commerce, marketplaces, blogs, etc. With this data, in addition, of course, to feeding up an up-to-date and organized database that I will show you in a minute, and it's available in our website, we create reports to contribute and facilitate the work of law enforcement agencies in each country. All this through use of open source intelligence, which is OSINT. So here are some relevant facts. We have detected over 18,000 ads. And in December, just December, we detected over 370 ads. December last year. We are monitoring over 240 species, and here is how the page looks like. So this is the EcoSolve page. This is the global monitoring system. You can access the system, and you will get a species watch. So you can search by species. You can also search by markets. Online markets, of course, and you can also explore trends, so how the market is behaving. Also, you can explore our advert database, which is, you can filter the data. For example, here we are going to filter by animal group. We have a group for small wild cats, and you can directly see all of the data, which is updated every 2 months or 3 months. It's up to date, and you can also ask us for data. And so this is how it looks like from our website. And let me see. This is under the small wild cats group that I just mentioned. We monitor these species. And here you can also see the proportion of the ads that we record. You can see, for example, that the leopard cod is the most frequently detected species, but of course there are other species, and these vary by country and by marketplace. See here. Oh, sorry. So in total, we have detected 294 advertisements for small cats since 2024. As you can see here in the graph, Colombia, Mexico, and Thailand are the countries where we detect the most trafficking of small cats. For practical reasons and due to time, I will focus on the two countries with the most detections, in this case, Colombia and Mexico, just to give you an overview of how the data looks like. So our monitoring data indicates that online small wild cat trade is concentrated primarily on mainstream social media, messaging platforms such as WhatsApp. And most detections involve parts, as you can see here, and derivatives. Also, there's a persistent share of live animals offered for the pet trade. Here are some data for Colombia and Mexico. So in Colombia, we have the most trafficked species is the northern tiger cat. It's highly concentrated. So we only have few cases from other species, but northern tiger cats mainly this species is traded for the pet market. So we don't see parts or skin so far. In Colombia, just trade for the pet market, which contributes somehow to the normalization of ownership, if you think about it, and an ongoing demand. In Mexico, we have more evenly distributed data, and of course, we see that the most trafficked species are the ocelot and the bobcat. And for Mexico, we have, it's more common to see parts, skins, and taxidermy than pet trade. So the animals are offered in parts of the skin. I will show you in a minute how this looks like. So I'm going to show some sensitive images. I just want you to get familiar with what we see and what you can probably see if you start looking in social media groups and websites for these small cats. So for example, records are predominantly by repeat advertisements. So we have this sustained seller activity, it's obvious, rather than isolated incidents. We know that this, and most of wildlife trade is organized, it's not isolated events. Sellers commonly relied on imagery, text, and sometimes some tricks to avoid detection. So for example, for those of you who speak Spanish, disponible en Bogotá contra entrega, but for those of you who don't, it's basically says available in Bogotá, which is the capital city of Colombia, and payment on delivery. So we have payment options, and we also have diversity in terms of shipments. Also, we start to see a phone number, a Colombian phone number, but you can see here that this is 12. So they use letters, they use emojis, they use symbols to trick and avoid detection, because once you look for the number, you can just see this ad anywhere. We also have some WhatsApp private group chats. As you can see, these animals are often sold alongside with other species. For example, you can see here some owls. Over here, we have a pair of jaguarondis, Kjet. This is also a Colombian WhatsApp private group. And I don't know if can you see the piece of paper that this person is holding. This piece of paper is a timestamp, which is really common when we talk about wildlife trade. So it's used to show that the sellers have stock availability a given date, at a current date. So they usually do this with videos, reels. Sometimes it appears alongside wildlife and sometimes don't. But when you see this piece of paper, you know it's probably wildlife. This also indicates sex. So this is male. And we are going to see some skins. These are arts from Mexico. So over here we have frozen skin of one ocelot, which is often preserved with salt. And over here we have some ocelot skin for belts, for belt production. Over here we have, in Mexico, ocelots are sometimes called gato montes. So we use many different words and many different words to search for one species, because sometimes that's also a trick to avoid detection. So we have some schools here. We also have a frozen juvenile margay in Guadalajara, Mexico. And this one is very interesting because I want to show you that it's not only about wildlife trade itself, but also seeing these species as a commodity. So over here, they are offering an ocelot taxidermy, a preserved ocelot, to the winner of a raffle. So it's also a commodity, and it's oftentimes, part of raffles or surprises. So we see pics, for example, in Mexico, it's very common. We see pics of small cats being offered when an important event is going to happen, like Mother's Day or Valentine's Day. So it's a commodity too. So what do we do with this data? We have transformed this data, some of this data, into intelligence reports that then we deliver to law enforcement authorities, who are then responsible of opening investigations against the individuals that we uncover, and the networks that we uncover through OSINT, monitoring and research open sources. We also welcome, I want to say here, authorities and organizations to make support requests so we can develop reports on demand for them and contribute to their efforts to combat wildlife trade. So I will leave my email address at the end in case you would like to discuss this further, in case you would like to be supported somehow and you think our data can help. And here are some publications. We do analysis of our data, and you can scan the QR code and you can access all these publications. But also, if you don't have the time, or you can scan the QR code, please you can find this in our EcoSolve website, ecosolve.eco, and you can find that in the analysis part. So thank you. This is my email, and I look forward to hearing your questions. And if I can answer your questions right now, because there's an overwhelming set of data, please feel free to just reach out to me and we can discuss this.
Wow, thank you very much, Lieth. That was a wonderful but very eye-opening presentation. And again, I encourage some questions because this is a very, very important topic. And so, yeah, while I wait for the Q&A to fill up, yeah, I mean, so many thoughts about this. I think a lot of us here, kind of on the call, we're so focused on our sites and our landscapes, we kind of don't get to see this kind of global picture of this kind of threat and how big it's become. You mentioned it's not organized. You mentioned it's not individual or opportunistic. It's now an organized thing. I remember just from my own kind of past experiences, 20 years ago, it was an opportunistic thing. You know, people would find a cat in the backyard or whatever, and then just kind of sell it at the local kind of bird markets and these kind of pet trades. But now there's a huge demand for it. And I can see why. I mean, all of us can see why. Small cats they're small, they're cute, they're cuddly. People think they're similar to house cats. There's obviously a lot of issue with all these kind of hybridization, designer cats and things like that. So, yeah, very scary to kind of see that it's gone from that to this kind of organized crime. You know, so with that in mind, what can we do to help? Like, what actions can local NGOs, local governments, what can we do to kind of take better actions towards this? To kind of help you kind of increase your databases?
Well, I would love to connect. I will actually leave my email because I just noticed I just closed the presentation. We would love to connect with organizations just to talk about what opportunities for cooperation we have. But mostly we just want to show this to you because it's very easy to find. It also raises some ethical questions to just go and look for open source information without knowledge. So if you have any, if you go and look for this and you don't know what to do with this data, we can help, of course. We also are always eager to find connections between these and action. So our data needs to be actionable in order to be valuable. So we always go out there and look for law enforcement connections, relationship, so we can not only just fill a database, but do something in real life with this database and promote some investigations with law enforcement and authorities. Sometimes it's very difficult. There are many legal vacuums for example, in Colombia, there are many legal vacuums in terms of small cats trade. But we are just learning together because I know that the first time we hear about this is always shocking. But then if you learn to recognize it, you see it everywhere. And when you see something everywhere and you care for it, I think we can do something together.
Yeah, no, very interesting. It was interesting to see, some of the biggest kind of offender countries, as it were, with being Colombia, Mexico, and Thailand. Even our organization, Panthera, we have programs in Colombia and in Thailand. So, yeah, anything we can do when it comes to kind of really detecting this kind of illegal wildlife crime, illegal trade with these particular species, we would gladly help. Yeah, fantastic. I think we are a little bit pressed for time, so we're going to move on. But thank you so much, Lieth. I really appreciate it. I do see some stuff coming up in the Q&A, so if you can hang on and answer those, that would be really great.
Of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lieth. That was a great presentation. Okay, so moving on, we have Tristan Dickerson. Tristan Dickerson is a South Africa-based conservation biologist who has spent over 15 years working in wildcat conservation. He is the co-author of Panthera's Furs for Life program, reducing demand on wildcat skins, specifically leopards, servals, and lions, by working with cultural and religious leaders to introduce a synthetic substitute known as heritage furs. This really is a fantastic program. And I'm very pleased to hand over to Tristan Dickerson. Over to you.
Thank you very much. That was an amazing talk. We will see that. I'm actually not sure. I'm not sure if I'm too clued up with sharing on Zoom, but
Yeah,
that
you're
is okay. Do I just need to
go into presentation?
Is that it?
Yep, you're all set. Thanks,
Cool.
Tristan.
And I definitely want to connect with you. So that's we are starting to look at online stuff within the areas that I work. There is a huge amount of trade. But from trying to look at it from the outside, I'll live inside the trade, if you want to call it that. So thank you for the introduction. Today we're going to focus on servals. A lot of my work has been on leopards, but it's the underexplored threat of trade and cultural use on servals. And as with First for Life, the potential role of demand reduction initiatives and how they can help the species. Obviously, there's quite a few threats facing serval, especially in the illegal wildlife trade. We've got the targeted killing for their body parts, but then we also have the unintentional killing, snaring, bycatch, the retaliatory killing due to conflicts, and then quite often body parts or skins are removed from these species. And what is it for? There is a traditional medicine trade. The bushmeat, if there are people that eat serval, and then today we're going to focus on the skins for traditional attire. But what's created this demand? So serval have their own demand that is created from their own cultural significance. But a larger threat and growing threat is when they become substitutes for larger spotted felid like leopards, where firstly the leopards are reserved for leadership, kings and chiefs, and then so the subordinates or followers will use a serval so that they still have the spotted cat, but they're not allowed to wear a leopard skin. And then in spaces where we got a decline in numbers or less accessibility to leopards, there is a shift across then to servals. And then obviously leopards being CITES animals, there's a higher protection against them and there's higher sentencing to people found with leopard skins. And in these cases where the risk is too high, people will rather trade and wear serval skins. And then as leopard numbers drop, the price goes up. And as that price goes up, the people who can't afford leopard skins will shift across to serval to still have that spotted cat look. So this is a map, the distribution map that maybe some of you are familiar with of servals, nice broad range across Africa. But what we're more interested in is this map. And recently, Panthera spearheaded the study, the Pan-African assessment of the cultural use of carnivores across Africa, led by Dr. Williams. And this was done on an online platform, looking in social media, YouTube, Facebook, looking for peer review papers, and then looking at news articles, be it print or online, and to see the use of different carnivores across Africa. So this map specifically serval. And the interesting thing is all the green countries is where serval occur, and there is a trade in those countries that was detected. The blue countries are where they occur and there's no trade. But that doesn't mean that there is no trade. It just means we didn't pick up that use. And the most important one is the purple countries, which is where servals do not occur, but there is a use within these countries. And that's obviously an indicator of an international trade. Another study that we conducted was the traders and healers to look within that system. The Traditional Healers Association in South Africa is massive. We're talking hundreds of thousands of people. We got a healer to survey 31 individuals and 4 groups of healers and traders, representing 19 individuals in those groups across 10 locations. And we picked up a large use of servals within it. So 81% of traders used or traded in serval skins, and interesting, only 25% of healers. So we've seen there's not a massive opportunity for using the serval in traditional medicines. So where does this demand come from? First for Life, we originally started working with the Shembe Church and looking at the leopard demand, and over 18,000 members dance in this attire, full attire, which results originally in 40 to 60 serval skins needed annually just for this religious group alone. We also worked with the Lozi in Western Zambia. This is the Lozi paddlers who are paddling this boat, all don leopard and serval skins attire. And we estimate there's about 1,500 paddlers who prepare for this event, even though 200 go on the boat. which leads to a demand of about 60 to 100 wild serval skins annually for this group. Recently, we've shifted to eastern Zambia, where we're working with the Ngoni tribe. Here is a dancer. There are hundreds of dancers that attend this. We are still trying to quantify the demand here. But this is a dancer donning several serval skins and multiple genet skins on one person. The Ngoni are in Zambia, Malawi, into Tanzania and Mozambique, and is an incredibly large user group where we're going to still estimate the use. And I think we're going to be a bit shocked at that figure when we get to it. So to date, in leading up to working with this group, we've conducted 271 questionnaire surveys with the group to get preliminary data before we start working with the group and introduce an alternative. From that, 66% of all dancers wear serval, and many of them are wearing multiple serval skins. Through our work with surveys, as well as working with traders, we've managed to kind of look at the economy of the skin trade. And I think this is where we'll feed in nicely to the previous presentation, where we can pull off some of these prices off the internet and see if we get in the same figures on the ground. Here we just focused on 3 species, serval, leopard genets, and the prices. I don't think we need to worry about the specific prices. These are in US dollars. But what we see is between the different areas, South Africa is by far the most expensive place to buy a skin. And then the price drops significantly to Eastern Zambia and Malawi. And what this bothers us, or why we're worried about this, is that this is a driver for an international trade. It'll be worthwhile if you cannot sell your skin in Zambia or Malawi that you poached. It is worthwhile to trade down to South Africa, where these skins have much higher value. So our intervention, if you know Furs for Life at all, we have created synthetic furs that we've coined the term heritage furs rather than fake furs. Here's an example of how we do it. We take authentic furs, we digitize it into quite a complex 14 DPI kind of output that then gets subjected to a machine. It's called a jacquard knitting machine that we can see on the left-hand side here, and we limit it to 6 colors. So we have to get quite creative with blending colors to get a more realistic look. Once this is produced, we import that fur directly into the user country and the user group area. And we then introduce that fur into the authentic wild cat skin supply chain. In this case, there's tailors and traders who used to tailor with the serval skins and whatever skins they could get their hands on, including leopard skins. They now tailor and trade with our heritage furs, so that product is made locally and is benefiting the supply chain. So it's offering an alternative livelihood, a legal alternative livelihood within that supply chain. So here's some of the adoption that we've had. The Shembe Church, these numbers focus specifically on leopard skins. We introduced 19,500 heritage furs to the Shembe Church. We have currently got an adoption of about 50% of all Shembe dancers are utilized in the heritage furs. In Western Zambia with the Lozi, we introduced 1,350 heritage furs. It's a blend of leopards and serval, and we currently have an over 90% adoption rate, and you'll see in a bit why that adoption rate is so high. And this graph on the right-hand side, I just wanted to direct you to it. This is the use of serval skins by the Shembe, who usually use leopard skins. We started introducing heritage furs at the time at the left of the graph, and you can see how over time the use of serval skins has dropped significantly, almost down to less than 1% currently. So what we have concluded is that the Shembe would rather use a heritage fur that looks like a leopard skin than an authentic serval skin. To support our work and increase adoption, we also utilize behavioral change campaigns where we get the user groups, the actual people using it, poachers, paddlers. This is focusing on the Western Zambia area. The leaders, we all sit around the table and we create some messaging and imagery to possibly push adoption in our favor. We've got a song on the right-hand side of the screen, and this is played all over Zambia on the radio stations, very popular. It's got over 50,000 hits on YouTube and Spotify. We created a children's book that's busy being released. And then the most successful is the sensitization stands where we play music and we get crowds around and expose them to this imagery and messaging. So what do we want? We want people to utilize heritage furs, number one, but we also want them to have a good opinion on utilizing the heritage furs. And then obviously the end game is to stop them acquiring authentic furs and reduce that demand. So looking at our behavioral change campaign, this is pre and post behavioral change. We don't have to get too bogged down in this graph. But before the behavioral change campaign, 75% of the padders had a positive opinion. Afterwards, we're up to 95% positive opinion. But we're not just interested in them having a positive opinion. We're interested in, wow, what is that positive opinion? So green is before behavioral change and orange bars are after. And if you see the bars on the right-hand side is BRE decrease. So before the behavioral change campaign, the padders had a positive opinion because their leadership told them to. They had to wear it or they have to have an opinion on it. After the behavioral change campaign, you'll see the two left bar graphs or bars where the orange is spiked. So now they have a positive opinion to conserve culture and conserving wildlife, which is the behavioral change messaging that we expose them to. When asked if they're going to acquire authentic skins, over 80% state they will not acquire authentic skins anymore in the presence of heritage furs. And then when we go back to the Ngoni, on the left-hand side, that is the Ngoni king sitting on a heritage fur. That back end, that leopard back end is a heritage fur. The Ngoni king continues to wear our furs. In all of his public spaces and public meetings, he's wearing heritage furs. We've even had him wearing a heritage fur when he goes to meet another king from another country. And he is in that picture surrounded by his chiefs, all wearing heritage furs. So the original kind of phase with them was to introduce the leadership to the heritage furs, and they embraced it. Now, on the right-hand side, a week ago, we were in Zambia and exposing the followers for the first time to the heritage furs. Those furs have only just arrived in the country and are being created by those tailors. And we're getting lots of positive feedback, as well as we were conducting surveys, again, at this gathering and including heritage furs in that survey. So a lot more information to come, as we think that this group is one of the largest user groups of Serval. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tristan. Incredible work. Yeah, I mean, a huge thanks to you and your team for kind of creating this really fantastic initiative and working with all these local communities. There was a comment that came up from Michelle Schroeder that I wanted to kind of reiterate, saying that this is, you know, one of the most inclusive, impactful projects across all of Africa. To kind of have that behavioral change, to have these components where you are now creating legal alternative livelihoods, and the fact that you have a very king that is now wearing your furs, and that seems to be kind of very proud of that, I think is an incredible achievement for these servals and other cats. But also another reminder where we have a cat that was once kind of thought to be very common and widespread, and then you discover this threat, and then, you know, you're now realizing that it takes more than one individual to kind of make one of these ceremonial dressings. Again, while I wait for the Q&A to fill up, and I do encourage some questions here, I'm wondering, do you have any kind of data or, you know, any general observations of yourself or local people about the populations of servals across their range? Have you noticed a significant decline? I remember you mentioned talking about kind of protected areas and not really seeing them outside of them anymore.
Yeah. So if you go to Malawi, there's nothing outside the protected areas, and in Zambia itself, outside of the protected areas, even though they're not fenced, you're getting a very high number of high utilization. I don't think you're going to see much serval outside of it. I think if we zoomed into that distribution map, it's going to be very patchy, especially in these areas where we work in. I mean, the cats are very overly harvested. So on the ground, definitely a different picture than to what the maps use. Obviously, we focused all of our monitoring on leopards. We do have a paper coming out soon where we showed that First for Life actually positively impacted a leopard population. And now with the work in Eastern Zambia, Malawi, we're going to start monitoring those populations now, currently this year, as we introduce heritage furs to see if we can have an impact on the serval. We're going to reduce our grid sizes to include servals. So hopefully we get some really good information.
Great, that's fantastic. Yeah, no, I'm glad to hear that you're going to be refocusing some of the surveys to kind of target servals. No questions in the Q&A, but a lot of positive comments in the chat about the great work that you guys are doing. Yeah, and fantastic. I mean, if you do see any relationship to the previous presentation by Lieth, please connect. You know, this is what we want this kind of platform to do, is kind of connect like-minded people in some works that can benefit each other. But thanks again, Tristan, for a wonderful presentation and for this wonderful initiative.
Thanks,
Cheers. Thank you very much. And we're going to move on. I think we're a little bit pressed for time. Originally, I think it was planned to have Rose Piccinini to be presenting about her Canada links. I've just been told that she's not currently online. So we're going to move on to Vanessa Tavares Kanaan. Vanessa is the president of Instituto Fauna Brazil and the technical director of its species reintroduction programs. She is also a member of the IUCN SSC Translocation Specialist Group, holds a PhD in animal sciences from Purdue University, and has extensive experience in conservation translocations and species recovery initiatives in Brazil. Very excited for this presentation. Vanessa, over to you. Okay, looking good.
From archaeological evidence to social readiness, and integrate one conservation framework for a small wildcat reintroduction on Santa Catarina Island. Santa Catarina Island in southern Brazil is widely known for its beautiful beaches and landscapes. But ecologically speaking, it tells a quieter story. Over the past decades, habitat loss, hunting pressure, and rapid urban expansion have eliminated all native small wildcat species from the island. And when predators disappear, ecosystems do not remain the same. Their absence reshapes ecological processes in ways that are often invisible but profound. Recent research from Fauna Floripa's project have confirmed the disappearance of all wildcat species from the island and a simplification of the island's mammal community. Without these predators, we have an increase in prey population, an expansion of exotic species such as the marmosets in this picture, a shift in seed dispersal dynamics, and a change in forest regeneration processes. In short, trophic balance is disrupted. Predators do not merely inhabit ecosystems, they structure them. So you may ask, why reintroduce small wildcats here? Well, Santa Catarina Island is a living lab and it offers a rare opportunity. We have geographic isolation, extensive forest cover with more than 40% of the island now protected, and the absence of competing wildcat species. Reintroducing small wildcats is not simply about returning these animals, it's about restoring the island ecological function. To answer our question, our focus was on two candidate species for reintroduction, the southern tiger cat and the margay, as they are both important mesopredators. The southern tiger cat faces an additional threat on the mainland, the hybridization with the Jeffries cat, which is negatively impacting its genetic integrity. So since 2024, Instituto Fauna Brazil and our partners, along with the support from Panthera, have been evaluating if it's possible for small wildcats to return to a human-dominated island, analyzing biological, historical, and social aspects. And to answer this, we developed an integrated planning framework grounded in a one conservation perspective, combining archaeological investigation, ecological assessments, expert consultation, and the public perception analysis. So when looking at the historical validation, we know that although we have had several modeling data supporting the historical occurrence of leopardo species here on the island, we needed further, more concrete evidence. And in order to do that, we studied the osteological material from the Tapera, shell mound, which we call sambaquis. They are curated at the Museu do Homem Sambaqui here in Florianópolis. Through comparative morphological analysis with reference species from the University Federal of Santa Catarina, we have confirmed that the species that was previously identified as felis in the museum is in fact a southern tiger cat. And this evidence closed the final gap between ecological prediction and historical presence. Now looking at Faunas floripa's indication on suitable areas from the climate and the landscape perspective, as you can see on the maps, we have accessed the feasibility in 2 candidate release areas within Membipe Municipal Wildlife Refuge here in the island. We analyzed habitat suitability modeling, prey availability, and landscape integrity. Our results indicated a suitable habitat structure, the availability of prey biomass, and minimal interference from humans and domestic animals in the protected area we've been studying. We also consulted 11 small cat specialists, forming an expert network to help us throughout this process. Also, social readiness was evaluated in the communities that live in the surrounding of the potential release areas. An ethics-approved perception survey with 70 people revealed that about 66% of them fully support and 30% conditionally support the Reintroduction initiative. Perceived benefits by the community included ecosystem recovery and environmental education, while their primary concern were focused on pet safety and animal welfare. We also identified some knowledge gaps, including their limited awareness of the local extinctions and species misidentifications. But what really amazed us about this process is that people were not barriers for the Reintroduction initiative. In fact, they are willing partners in this process. So all of this data collected were then integrated into an inclusive decision-making process that resulted in the selection of the release area within Membipe protected area, the improvement of local capacity for small wildcat monitoring and management, and also, most importantly, the choice of the southern tiger cat as the species focus to start the reintroduction, giving its local extinction, the evidence of historical occurrence, and the ongoing hybridization risk inland, and the need to safeguard its remaining genetic integrity. One important point regarding the origin of the animals for future translocations is that beyond ecosystem restoration, our project also focuses on addressing wild animals' welfare. So we plan to work with rescued small wildcats that will go through a rehabilitation process. The individuals meeting health, behavioral, and genetic criteria might be incorporated into our program. This will provide an ethical and important future for animals that are victims of human actions with limited perspectives in captivity while contributing with the conservation of their species. So moving from planning to action require overcoming 3 primary challenges that we're starting to work on this new cycle of the project. The first is applying for and securing the management and research permits from the Brazilian government. The second is to establish a rehabilitation facility here in the island, which we already started working on. And finally, we need to secure long-term financial support. And addressing these challenges will enable Brazil's first small wildcat reintroduction to go on. So what happens if reintroduction does not occur? Well, Santa Catarina Island will remain functionally degraded, and the genetic integrity of the southern tiger cat will continue to wear down. Registering them in the wild may become a thing of the past. But the next 2 years represent a very important window of opportunity and possibilities. Government structure is in place. Technical networks are engaged, and public support is strong. Santa Catarina Island once lost its wildcats, and today science, history, and society are aligned to bring them back. This is more than a reintroduction project. Like I said, Santa Catarina Island offers a rare opportunity, a defined insular system where restoration can advance carefully, step by step, as a science guide process in a living landscape. Within this context, we can restore ecological balance, safeguard genetic heritage, and reconnect people with their local surroundings. Knowledge that may guide future reintroductions elsewhere. And perhaps we can let the forest remember its predators. With that said, I would like to finish by giving you guys our contact information. There's also a QR code where you can access our social networks and our educational material, which is available for free. And we'd also like to thank Panthera for all the support and guidance throughout this process. And thank each one of you for being here. And I'm open to answer any questions. And if you want to reach out by email, I'll be glad to chat with you and connect. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Vanessa. That was really wonderful to learn more about kind of reintroductions. You know, I think many of us are very familiar with some of the traditional methods when it comes to conserving wildcats, camera trapping, telemetry, and work. But learning more about reintroduction is very, very interesting. And I think it's becoming such a powerful tool within conservation, but also kind of small cat conservation in particular. So that's really wonderful. That's really great. And so, you know, hopefully we'll open up some time for Q&A. And so while that builds up, you know, I was really happy to hear kind of towards at the end there where you said the government is engaged, right? You have public support and so on and so forth. And these are the kind of critical elements for this type of conservation project to be successful. You know, I live in the east coast of the USA, and there's been discussions about reintroducing pumas and cougars here. Lots of pushback. People don't want them on their land, right? I mean, there's a lot of kind of economic incentives and that sort of stuff. I've also been involved with some conversations about reintroducing lynx into kind of northern England. Again, similar sorts of things. Local landowners just don't want that happening. So to have this support is really fantastic. A huge hurdle for you to kind of to have cleared. So, you know, I really kind of wish you all the best for this project. So we have a couple of Q&As. Kylie, would you be so kind to kind of unmute your mic and ask your question, please?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you so much for your talk. It was really interesting to hear about your project, and I hope you get the funding to continue because it sounds really important. My question was, what post-reintroduction environmental monitoring are you planning to implement to really kind of quantify the ecological impacts of the cats post-reintroduction?
This is a very good project, and with some on all the reintroduction projects that we have. So I think the results that we see on environmental education has to do with previous work like introducing, for instance, the brown island this year. And we hope to integrate all this work that we have been doing, monitoring the areas of the brown to also monitor the we haven't defined all the different ecologies we're going to use.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of an issue on our side as well. That Vanessa, your sound is cutting out. It started off clear, but then became quite muffled.
Can you guys hear me now? Is it better?
A little bit better, yeah.
Okay. I don't know what happened. Can you hear me now?
It's still a bit scratchy.
Not any better?
Unfortunately not, no.
How about now? Any difference?
Still the same, still the same. Kaylee, if you wouldn't mind kind of rewriting your question in the Q&A, and then perhaps Vanessa, you could answer just typing it out. I am a little bit conscious of time. There's another question from Brew Campbell as well. Let's try this one more time. If you can unmute, ask the question and see if your sound is okay. If not, then we'll just go with the written answers on Q&A, if that's okay, Vanessa.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me now?
Vanessa, it definitely appears to be better if you lean forward. So just try to get as close to your microphone as possible. And you can also in the audio settings in the bottom left, just ensure you've selected the correct microphone. So the little up arrow by your audio button, just ensure you've selected the correct microphone and lead in and talk a bit louder for us, please.
Can you guys hear me now?
That is better. I've put the volume up on my device and I can definitely hear you a bit better. So if you can just talk very loudly for us, please. No, we've lost audio completely there now. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, I think let's move on. But as I said, Kaylee, if you could rewrite your question into the Q&A, and then Vanessa will very kindly type out her answers. I apologize for that technical difficulty we had there. But thank you, Vanessa. That was a really wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. Yeah, address those questions and we'll move on. Next, we have Rose Piccinini. I apologize. I said that you weren't online before, so I kind of missed that coming on. So I'm very glad that you are able to make it. And so to kind of introduce our next talk by Rose Piccinini, has been a wildlife biologist for the Confederated Tribes of the Colville Reservation in Washington State for 20 years. As a senior level district biologist, she conducts work across diverse habitats and focuses on a suite of wildlife species, including raptors, gray wolves, beavers, and Canada lynx. Sounds very interesting. And over to you, Rose.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Perfect.
Perfect, you can see it. Okay, great. And I was told there was a bit of a lag, so I'll try and be cognizant of that and not get ahead of myself so you guys are caught up with the current slide. So hello again. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to share our project with this group today. I'm very excited about this project as its focus is returning an endangered species back to its native lands where it once was. So a little bit, since I know we have such a wide range of folks joining us here today, our study area is in Eastern Washington State, tucked right up against the Canadian border here in North America. So a tiny bit about Canada lynx. They are a native species of Washington and North America. They are a boreal, found in the boreal habitats above 4,000 feet. They're, as you can see in the photo there, they have these massive, massive furry paws. And that's really what makes them these habitat specialists that can survive in those higher elevations where we would expect to have long durations of snow, deep, fluffy snow. It gives them an advantage over other predators in catching their primary prey, which is snowshoe hare. So our project specifically is focusing on lynx in Washington. Lynx have been declining across all of North America, Southern North America, meaning the United States. This excludes Canada. In 2000, they were federally threatened. And at that time, we only had one population of lynx in Washington State. It's there in the triangle. It's over near the North Cascades. So in 2015, we had a horrible, horrible wildfire year. We had large-scale wildfires that raged across our entire state. They impacted a substantial amount of lynx habitat over in that sole population that we have in the North Cascades. And it really started making biologists and conservationists sort of look at lynx in Washington. And if we were to have another year like this, we could lose lynx completely in Washington. So they were listed as endangered in 2016. And so we started looking at modeling lynx in Washington and how we could sort of create a more robust population in Washington. And when we looked at the habitat modeling that was there, that was available, it became clear that an augmentation or a population reintroduction was going to be the best way to ensure that we didn't lose lynx in Washington state. In 2019, we had some camera work that was being done in conjunction with multiple agencies that actually detected a lynx in the Kettle Mountain Range, which is that area with the star, which then becomes our project area. We know that prior to the 1980s, there was a robust population of lynx that were breeding in that Kettle Mountain Range. So we began looking at that as a potential area to establish a new population of lynx for Washington. In 2021, we found funding and we had the support to begin the project that I'll now talk to you guys about and share some of our successes with. The idea of bringing lynx back to Washington, it was going to be designed as a 5-year project, bringing 50 lynx back over 5 years, so 10 lynx a year, bringing them back to tribal lands in order to reestablish a self-sustaining population in that Kettle Mountain Range, so that we could eventually have connectivity with that North Cascades population that was already in existence, and then hopefully connecting that with Southern BC, which was the other population that was in close proximity to that Kettle Range. So the first thing that we needed to do was find a source population. It made sense to us ecologically to travel to Canada. We felt that if sort of human impacts hadn't come into play and impacted lynx, that they would be returning from Canada on their own down to that Kettle Range population. So it made sense for us to source our lynx from that area. So we traveled up to Canada and we began talking with the Canadian government and the local trappers. And because lynx are abundant in Canada and they're still legally harvested as trophies and as part of the fur market, we sort of started moving forward with the idea of let's work with trappers who are already out on the landscape trapping lynx, but they're taking them for killing purposes. So let's work with those trappers, see if any of them are interested in instead partnering with our project, helping us learn how to trap lynx and keeping those lynx alive for conservation. So once we found 2 groups of trappers that goals aligned with our project and they were interested in conservation of lynx, which most fur trappers are, they really appreciate the species as a whole. They want to see them persist on the landscape. So they were very excited about our project and us coming together to create this dynamic partnership. So we began to set up the trap lines. What that meant was putting out about 40 of these permanent wooden traps out on the trap line. Those would stay for the duration of the project. And then we supplemented those areas with these foldable metal traps that we could move sort of given lynx sign or lynx behavior that we were seeing in the area. So each of our traps was set with a game camera. We wanted to be able to learn as much as we could about the animals that were coming into those trap sites, why they weren't going in, when they were going in, what was working, what wasn't working. Excuse me. We baited, we scented, and we used visual attractants. Depending on what what the area looked like, we were working in grizzly bear country. So if we had an area that had bears coming in, we wanted to limit the bait. We definitely didn't want those bears coming and destroying any of our sites or getting used to coming in there for a free snack. Once our trap lines were set up, we began checking traps. We checked traps every day, and we worked continuously until we got that year's target of 10 cats. So each day when we got on site, we would review the camera footage so that we could learn what was happening at that specific site, see if we needed to make modifications. And then, of course, anytime you're working with wildlife and trying to trap them, every single thing that you could imagine, and also lots of things that you can't imagine, are breaking and working differently than you hoped they would work. And so We were maintaining a lot of traps and just really being reactive to whatever was happening on the trap line and trying to get more and more efficient at catching these cats. Every single time we went on the trap line, we learned something. We did catch non-targets. The most frequently caught non-target for us was the striped skunk. But we learned that if you move very, very, very slowly, you can release them. And we definitely had reoccurring little guys that would come visit our traps. But luckily, within a couple of days after their scent was there, we would catch a lynx. So it was an easy trade-off for us. Once we had a lynx in a trap and we began the processing, we first would do an assessment and make sure that that lynx was robust enough to be a part of our study, to sort of endure the stresses of capture, processing, and transportation to a new location. We were not including kittens. We were not including mothers with kittens. We would just release them on site. It was nice having the camera footage on each trap because we were able to see that when we did catch a kitten, or a mother, the other one actually stayed with it throughout the night, usually in very close proximity to that cage. So we were confident that they were reuniting, and as soon as we released them, juveniles were weighed to determine if they were big enough to be a part of the project. So once they were under anesthesia, we monitored their vitals constantly while our teammates applied a GPS collar, an ear tag, and collected DNA samples for each of the cats. So once the processing was finished, they were held overnight in a facility where they could recover from their drugs, and they were fed wild venison the night before their transport. The next morning, they were transported in pickup trucks down across Canadian borders and on to tribal lands. It was really important for us to have the least amount of handling and time in captivity for these cats. So we were trying to release them within 24 hours or at least 48 hours of being captured to really reduce the stresses from that. The releases of these cats back onto the tribal lands was which a very, very anticipated event. It was attended by so many different stakeholders. Lots of tribal members came out to show their support of the project, to be involved in the release of these cats. Prayers were shared, stories were shared, songs were shared as we returned these cats to a landscape that they've been missing from since the 80s. So very, very emotional, very gratifying work to see these cats returned to an area that they had been removed from. As soon as we released cats, we began monitoring them immediately through GPS collars, game cameras, VHF. We had a substantial number of lynx return to Canada, which we sort of had expected and were okay with. One of the things that they did was they showed us that habitat connectivity that we had with that southern BC population, which we had assumed was there, but we didn't actually know for sure where they would be using to make those transitions between those two populations. We had one male do our largest trek ever. He's there on the left there. The majority of the cats, though, they sort of congregated in those elevations above 4,000 feet where we would have expected them in that Kettle mountain range. Once the data started coming in, we were able to sort of start seeing definite use areas of high use, areas of habitat selection, and the general development of home ranges, which is what we were hoping to see. We also saw another great connectivity, which is the red line on the left, which was a male who crossed a very lowland area. He actually swam a river, and he actually connected to that original North Cascades population that was previously the only population in Washington state. So this was really great news for lynx conservation because we now had proof that all three of those populations could connect, and we were not bringing lynx back to a landscape where they would be isolated. We didn't want an isolated population. So this was really great news for our project and for all the work that we were doing of knowing that there was connectivity to that southern BC, the North Cascades, and then the New Kettle Range. as we began watching home ranges, we really started honing in on the females because, as we all know, you can't have a population actually start until you get your females to stay. So once we started seeing females establish a home range, then first thing in the spring, we started really, really watching their behavior on a daily basis in the absolute hopes of seeing these clusters like you're seeing there on the left, which would indicate, hopefully for us, the establishment of a den site. So once we started seeing these clusters, then we would send biologists out in the hopes of verifying that den site and seeing if that female had kittens. So the spring of the 4th year of the project, which was last year, we were finally successful. All of the work paid off, and we were able to get out in the field and verify not one, but 2 den sites with kittens. It was very, very exciting. As you can see there, one of the dens actually had 4 kittens. So really great news, and just sort of knowing that that female felt that she had the resources on the landscape to bring up those kittens in this new area. We actually documented a 3rd den as well, but by the time we were able to get there, the kittens were big enough that they were able to avoid detection. So we didn't get a count on those kittens, but we did confirm that she denned as well. So very exciting news. These kittens represent the real first step of success in establishing a successful population in the Kettle Range, where we haven't had kittens for over 40 years. So incredibly, and just incredibly beneficial for the entire ecosystem that's been out of balance since the loss of this predator. So now we finished our 5th year of trapping. We're done with augmenting this population. We caught 46 of our targeted 50. We feel very, very, very good about that number. We have kittens on the ground. And so looking ahead, we're going to continue to monitor movement, mortality, den sites, and hopefully lots more kittens this spring. We also are going to continue to trap and collar lynx locally here with this new population so that we can continue to keep collars on cats, specifically we will be targeting females, so that we can continue to see how those future generations are doing across the landscape. We'll also be collecting DNA to sort of track the lineage, since we know what the DNA status was for those first 46 cats that we brought back. So super exciting as we move forward to continue to monitor this new population. So bringing these cats back to the kettles, sort of returning the balance of this ecosystem that's sort of been out of balance since these cats disappeared in the 80s. It's a success so far. We hope for it to continue to be a success, and we're dedicated to watching, recovering, and conserving these species across the landscape. Thank you.
Wow, Rose, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I'll wait for the Q&A to build up. And, you know, as I was watching and listening, I was kind of thinking of some questions myself. And one of the ones that I wanted to ask was, you know, how are the cats doing? Are there any kittens? So I was really very excited and happy to see when you put up those pictures of those kittens. My screen blew up with heart emojicons all over the place. So I am very happy to see that that is resonating with everyone else. But again, another clear example of why conservation reintroduction and translocations is an important tool for small cat conservation, particularly for this species. And I found some comfort when you were showing those pictures about trapping lynx. A few years ago, I was trapping bobcat here in eastern coast of the United States, and kind of run into very similar problems with that. It's incredibly difficult to catch your target species, particularly in areas where there is quite high biodiversity. You have bears, skunks, all that sort of stuff. For me, it was raccoons. We were catching raccoons almost every day and kind of having to reset those traps. So for you to kind of be able to catch your target number, which is also, you know, something that you want to kind of review ethically as well, in terms of doing collaring animals. So to get your sample size and to be able to study them out in the wild and kind of get that data is really fantastic. And also to show and demonstrate success with your den sites, with your cluster investigations, and ultimately those kittens. That's really fantastic. So we have a question in the Q&A from Blair Hammond, if you don't mind unmuting yourself and asking your question. Blair, do we have you?
Well, I mean, I can see Blair is unmuted, but we cannot hear. If you just try unmute again, Blair. No, still nothing there. If you want to maybe read Blair's question out loud.
Yeah, I'll read it out loud. So, question from Blair: did you have any data on prey availability in your release sites? Given their close linkage to snowshoe hare cycles, did you time the release for a high in the cycle?
So yeah, we did. A master's student had done a snowshoe hare survey study just north of our study area a couple of years before. We did know that there was enough hares in the area for us to bring the lynx back down. We did not time it with any cycles. So as far south as we are, we see a cycle in hares, but it's not as severe as you see farther north in those hare cycles where you really see the boom and bust. So even though we see cycles, they're a little bit more moderated. And so we had talked a lot about that, but we ultimately just made the choice to do 5 consecutive years and just release during that time when we could get it done logistically. And so I felt confident, especially when I had that female with 4 kittens, that they were finding enough food out on the landscape, and there were the snowshoe hares to support them. When we do track surveys and even just our camera work, we're detecting quite a few snowshoe hares out there on the landscape. And so we're confident that there's enough to support this population that we brought back.
That's really great to know. And I had kind of a similar thought to that as well. I mean, Washington State is one of these areas where it's the southern part of the range of the Canada lynx, but also where it starts to blend into bobcat as well, And so with the Canada lynx almost being purely kind of snowshoe hares and bobcats being a lot more generalists, do you see a lot of competition between the two there? Would that have an effect on some of their prey availability if the area does happen to support quite a high density of bobcats, for example?
Yeah, I think right now with the amount of the way that we're collecting data, it's unclear right now what that relationship will be with bobcat this far south. We weren't seeing that in the area in BC where we trapped these lynx. So that was definitely a concern for us because they're just not, we never even caught one bobcat, save for one kitten that we caught. But other than that, we weren't really seeing bobcats. So there definitely was that separation up in BC. And we have more overlap down here for sure. And especially with the lack of snowpack that we're starting to see in the more recent years, we're definitely, that's definitely something that we're cognizant of, we're watching and trying to figure out if how that's going to affect the lynx in the years to come.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'll be interested to see how that unfolds. And then I think one more time, a little bit of time for one more question. Laurie, if you mind unmuting and asking your question, please.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
I can,
yes, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Rose, for this amazing work and prospect for the Canada lynx. I was wondering, how did you define this initial target of 50 lynx? Was it related with available fundings, any biologically or ecologically reasons? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So there was a report that was done. There was a feasibility report published by an independent scientific community that looked at the habitat of the kettle range and did a bunch of modeling for home range size. And it was determined that, that we wanted about 24 lynx in the kettles. And that would be when talking to other augmentation projects, they said you should sort of expect about a 50% loss, whether that's from dispersal or death or other reasons of loss, just when you're doing a project like this. So that's sort of how we came up with the number 50. So it was based ecologically, but then also sort of logistically as well. So it was kind of a bit of both, I think, as we moved forward.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Thank you very much, Rose, and everyone for your fantastic questions. Yep, that was a great presentation. And again, conscious of time. So I think for now we have a 5 to 7 minute break scheduled, and then we'll move on to our final round of speed talks for the day and then move into our closing panel. So thanks again, everyone, for listening in, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. Okay, everyone, I hope there was enough time to grab a drink, some snacks, whatever you needed to do. And we'll be moving into our final round of speed talks, after which we'll then transition to our final, into our closing panel discussion. Okay, so moving on to the next round, we have Rue Campbell. Rue Campbell is a mammal specialist for NatureScot, the government agency for nature in Scotland. He previously worked with the Wildlife Conservation Research Unit at the University of Oxford, where his research included studying the behavior and ecology of European wildcats and domestic cat hybrids in Scotland. So thank you, Rue Campbell. It's over to you. Looking good. Yep.
Good. I shall get on with it. So I'm kind of presenting on behalf of Alice and Lydia, really, who did the lab work for this project. But I was a field manager for the project that led to this small piece of work. And I also actually did the statistical analysis, so I do have some input into this. So I'll move on if I can use the right. So those of you who saw David McDonald's talk yesterday will have probably seen a bit of this, so I can skip across it quite quickly. So the wildcat in Scotland, or the European wildcat, in Scotland, we're at the very edge of its range, and that very remote and small population, so it's been declining for a variety of reasons, and that's led to hybridization. So we've got a situation where we have this hybrid swarm of wildcats, and between wildcats and domestic cats. So David probably showed you some pictures of what hybrids look like, but this is the genetic data to show that as well. So that with the graph showing the probability of from genetics of a cat being either domestic cat at 0 or wildcat at 1. And what we can see is that now we've got this complete connection between the populations. And in fact, recently we're not really getting many wildcats at all left in the population. But it's important to realize that those hybrids are actually fulfilling the niche that the wildcat would in Scotland. And there's currently work underway to try and improve the situation for wildcats in Scotland by releasing wildcats, doing threat reduction, and all of that as well. And we're also going to shortly publish a strategy for wildcats in Scotland as well. So previous to the current project, this is the Scottish Wildcat Action Project, we did work on, we collected carcasses and we decided what we wanted to do, amongst many other things, was examine disease and also toxins in the cats. So this talks about the rodenticide exposure that cats are experiencing. So we had 47 livers from 47 cats that we collected. We tested them for 6 common anticoagulant rodenticides. And the reason we've got a concern for this, of course, is that they can be, if the cat's feeding on rodents that have died from taking those rodenticides, then they can accumulate them as well, and that could have health effects. So we had 6 rodenticides we tested. When we did some statistical analysis on 42 of those cats, where we had complete data, and that was to look at the effects of age, sex, and genetic score on that graph there on the rodenticide concentrations and presence in the livers. And actually, the genetic scores we found suggest that the cats pretty much cover the spectrum of what we currently have in the wild. So we've got a range of hybrid cats and some that might be domestic cat, but mostly they're hybrids. We've also got, when we're thinking about the statistical methods, we've got an assumption that males are going to have more, older cats are going to have more rodenticides in their livers than younger ones because it accumulates over time. But we also have this expectation that males, because they're more widely ranging, might also encounter more different rodenticides, and so would more likely have more different types of rodenticides in their diets, in their livers. So, so we're doing a one-sided test on the statistics for that. So what we found is that all of the rodenticides we tested were present and detectable amounts in those cats. There was a couple where it was only found in 2 cats or in 1 cat each, and then we had 60% of cats had rodenticides as well, of which 93 of those had bromadiolone, which is, so that's the most common one, and it's commonly picked up actually. And then another 2/3, basically, or 61% of those that tested positive also had difenicum as well on it. So there, we had quite a lot of rodenticide in these cats, some of them well above toxic thresholds that we might expect for other birds or mammals. So that's obviously a cause of concern. We did it looking at the analysis comparing causes of rodenticide presence or residual presence in the livers. We found that basically younger animals had less rodenticide. There was some evidence that they had less rodenticide in their livers compared with older animals. And we found some limited evidence as well that also older animals also had more different types of rodenticides, but also males had maybe more different types of rodenticides as well. But the evidence for this was less strong, because what we found was when we added data to that analysis, that fell out of significance. What we didn't find was that any effect on the total concentration of rodenticides. So the best model that we found there was a null model. And we also didn't find a genetic effect either. So there's no relationship between the genetic score of the cat and any of the rodenticide metrics we used. So in summary, we found all the rodenticides in the cats. We found 2 very common ones, and that's found in other studies. We didn't find an effect of hybridization on the rodenticide score, and we find that older cats and potentially males also accumulate more or different rodenticides. And what we need to do is look at ongoing monitoring of the population to ensure that that these rodenticides aren't going to be causing population effects when you've already got a very, very fragile population that we're dealing with. And that's my short talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rui, for that interesting presentation there. You know, this is a real tricky one as well, because rodenticides and poisoning in general is such a huge issue with small cats. We've seen it in bobcats, caracals, and many other small cat species, particularly ones that are in that kind of human-dominated interface, those human-dominated landscapes. You know, a colleague of mine, Laurel Series, as part of her research, showed that rodenticides was the biggest cause of mortality of bobcats in California. So we really do have a grasp of you know, the negative consequences of rodenticides. But what frustrates me is, I don't know, what else kills rodents other than using rodenticides in your lands? Let's have some more cats on these and have that kind of ecological role that they play. And, you know, I think the mitigation of this can be very tricky, right? Because you're dealing with landowners who, many of them are on agricultural landscapes, who want to increase their yield of whatever they grow. And in some areas, I think some researchers have been successful in banning certain uses of rodenticides. But, you know, within your context, within your kind of areas, you know, what would be the practical management actions that could be realistically implemented to reduce the use of rodenticides, or just to reduce the impacts of this particular threat?
Yeah, that's a difficult question, isn't it? And I guess it depends on the users, doesn't it? Because we've got a lot of different causes or reasons for using those rodenticides. So So obviously we have argued actually with, or not argued, we've discussed with farmers that actually the cats themselves are potentially your best defence against rodents. It's complicated in Scotland because those domestic cats, if they're not neutered, are also then potentially hybridizing with wild cats. But it's a neutered farm cat is a good thing as far as we're concerned. So for farmers, another thing they can do, of course, is to make sure that their grain stores are secure, and then that reduces the need for rodenticide because you don't have the food sources that's causing the large numbers of rodents in the first place. But then I'd like to have shown it if I had more time. We've got some funny patterns with the rodenticide accumulation in the data. So I thought maybe the number of farms around would actually just be a nice like correlation between the number of farms within the area the wildcat was, or the wild living cat was found, and the amount of rodenticide in the liver, and it wasn't really that obvious. And then there's actually this kind of funny relationship between number of farms and human population density, where in the middle of the range of the human population density, you've got, at very high densities, you don't really have any cats there, don't tend to have rodenticide residues, but it was that middle range that did. So there's obviously other uses happening, and it could be things like industrial estates, or it could be householders, and it's all of those. But in Scotland, certainly we've improved the legislation, so there is tightening of the control for rodenticide, which will probably help. But there's always, these residual uses of old rodenticides or illegal uses that are going to be a problem. And
complicated situation for sure. Thanks, Drew. So we have a nice question from Gabriella Layton. If you don't mind unmuting yourself and asking your question.
Hi, Roo, it's Gabby here.
Hiya.
Very cool work. I'm doing something similar with caracals. I was just wondering if you had, well, you've kind of half answered the question already, but if you had any ideas of what are the kind of pathways of exposure for these cats? Is it, are they eating mainly invasive rodents? And then also from a sort of spatial perspective, are they, you mentioned farmland or, agricultural uses, potentially urban landscapes as well. Like, where do you think these cats are mostly getting exposed?
Well, and I think we have to make some guesswork on it. So first of all, the cats are presumably taking it, we assume, where basically you've got sort of sub-lethal levels of the toxins in the rodents that makes them easy to catch, rather than picking up dead rodents. But it could be both. You've got wildcats and hybrids, both make use of farms. And we found that with, to a certain extent, with the release cats in the new project where the wildcats being released, but also we obviously see it with their own hybrid population, that they're using those farm environments, possibly because there's rodents here, but also because farm buildings make den cover. So that's probably a good source, and also I guess around villages as well. But urban areas, wildcats aren't in urban areas, so we're not getting them there. Was that all the question you asked? Does that cover it?
Yeah, pretty much. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Ruth, for that interesting presentation. And,
thank you.
Yeah, great. All right, we're going to move on. Next, we have Hal Brindley. Hal Brindley is an American conservation biologist with a focus on science communication. He is a freelance designer and media producer for conservation organizations in North America, Europe, and Africa. Hal, over to you.
Thanks so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you, and your presentation is up and running, so you're good to go.
All right. So if you're not familiar with the black-footed cat, it is Africa's smallest cat species. And at about 1.5 kilograms, it's only about 1/3 the mass of the average house cat. And yes, it does have black feet. You can see them here. This cat is endemic to southern Africa, and it's a shortgrass specialist. It hunts all night long and spends the day sheltering underground inside burrows. But the catch is, these cats don't dig their own burrows. They rely on other species to do it for them. So we wanted to figure out which burrowing species they depended on for this service. The Black-footed Cat Working Group had a study site in southern Namibia with 5 radio-collared female black-footed cats, and 4 out of 5 of these cats had kittens or were pregnant, so it was a really good opportunity to study maternity den selection. We tracked each cat to their daytime den site for 4 weeks. And when a cat had changed dens, we scanned the previous one with LiDAR on an iPad. And we used these scans to measure burrow dimensions. We also conducted transect surveys to measure the entrances of available burrows in the study area. And when we look at these available burrows by width and height, rounded to the nearest centimeter here, we see a somewhat continuous range of sizes from 5 centimeters up to about 45 centimeters in diameter, dug by these species here. And of the 50 black-footed cat dens that we scanned, 49 of them were in the spring hare size range, and only one was in the aardwolf and bat-eared fox size range. So now if we look at these burrows as a single diameter, we can see the relative frequency of each available burrow size. And when we compare that to the burrows selected by black-footed cats, you can see that even though there was a lot of availability smaller than 10 centimeters, the cats never selected them. And I think that's simply because they couldn't fit inside them. Likewise, there were a fair number of larger aardvark burrows, but the females never selected those either. And I think that's because they didn't provide enough protection from predators like jackal and caracal. Here's a look at an average den used by a female black-footed cat. They would rest a little over a meter inside the burrow entrance, under about 37 centimeters of sand. And now looking at the temporal patterns, the first thing you notice is that these cats use a lot of dens. On average, each cat used more than 11 unique den sites over 4 weeks, and they move to a new den on average every 2.2 days. That means that these cats could be using upwards of 90 unique den sites per year. So the bottom line is, black-footed cats depend on spring hare burrows for their reproduction in southern Namibia. And to conserve the black-footed cat, we need to protect spring hare populations. Thanks very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Al. That was a really interesting presentation. And as I said, when Martina presented her work about black-footed cats, they're just such difficult cat to study in the wild. You know, I recognize a few of the names there. I think Zola is quite a well-known black-footed cat in your group there. So amazing to see. Just waiting for some Q&As to open up. But yeah, just some questions from my side, kind of relating, going back to, you know, black-footed cats being difficult to study in the wild, being quite sensitive to their habitats. Did you notice any kind of, when visiting dens, any of that kind of disturbance? Did that have human disturbance on those dens? Did that have any effect in their behavior or kind of ecology at all?
We were working in kind of remote farmland. This was sheep farming land on this study site. It was a very large study area where sheep were grazed across the whole thing, and there was very little human influence in this landscape, besides some agricultural use. So there was only maybe 1 or 2 human structures in the whole study area. So we didn't notice a lot of direct influence, but the main influence from humans is the suppression of predators in the area, controlling predators. So because they were livestock farmers, they were actively hunting predators like jackal. And what we found was there were some, I guess you could call it bycatch. We saw that they were occasionally hunting African wildcat, and occasionally black-footed cat were getting caught in some of these in these hunting activities as well. So that is one of the small impacts that we did see from human interaction. However, in general, farming landscapes are a really great habitat for these cats because they suffer from predation from mid-sized predators that these farmers often control. It seems like some of these farmlands might be really prime habitat for conserving black-footed cat.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. And again, that adds another layer of kind of working with these landowners to kind of secure the conservation of these species. Yeah, no,
that's something Martina, who we heard from earlier, has done a lot of. She's
exactly
done great work.
Yeah, fantastic, fantastic. And then, just out of curiosity, did you observe any patterns in how females kind of select burrows? I know you mentioned obviously there's the size of the particular prey that is using those burrows, but was there any kind of other factors involved with selection?
I didn't detect any other kind of factors. The direction the burrow entrance faced didn't seem to have any
Yeah.
effect. They have really big home ranges, and luckily spring hares dig lots and lots of burrows, so there was plenty to choose from.
Mhm.
One of the interesting patterns was that the denning area of these cats was relatively small, but their hunting area was much larger. So when they had kittens in the den, they would return back to these dens and move outward to hunt. And so I think selection, the only thing that I noticed a variation was the one that was pregnant and hadn't had kittens yet, had selected slightly larger burrows because she was visibly larger. She was wide, so she needed a little bit larger burrow to use, but otherwise they seem to just cluster toward these smaller spring hare burrows.
Okay. Excellent. Excellent. No, super fascinating. And black-footed cats are really fascinating. Obviously, they're well known for being one of the deadliest cats out there, particularly due to their size, but also just unveiling all of this denning behavior as well is really cool. The number of dens, the home range size that they have, it's all very interesting and all very critical ecological knowledge when forming conservation plans for the species. So, oh wait, there's a question in the Q&A from Rue Campbell. You can unmute your mic and ask your question, please.
Oh, this is great because I love some of the visuals you were showing as well, because we have this issue in Scotland as well where they just use, it feels like hundreds of different den sites, and it becomes, except that we can't find them for wildcats in Scotland because they're very well hidden, so it becomes difficult to find and protect. But so it sparks a lot of questions. But I guess one is, do you think the frequency of use is because there's so many available? So is there, like, if there was, did you look at that, like the frequency of den site change by mothers with kittens versus what was available in the area? I have another question after that, but I'll let you answer that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously the spring, when you look at the distribution of burrow sizes, the spring hare burrow number was high, and doing a few basic morphometric measurements, they just can't fit in the smaller burrows. So it looks like spring hare burrows are the smallest size they can fit into. So it makes sense they were selecting that. But it's hard to say if they might have selected some larger ones if they were in higher abundance. That's something I couldn't really conclude. If they were more like bat-eared fox burrows that were slightly larger, or aardwolf burrows that were slightly larger, would they have selected those if they were available? Hard to say. Couldn't really prove that. But what we do find is that the females rarely select aardvark burrows, which are quite large. And in fact, jackal often den inside aardvark burrows, so they don't really provide a lot of protection for kittens from predators like jackal, one of their primary predators. On the other hand, there's a lot of sexual dimorphism in the species, and so males are much larger. And in studies in Benfontein, they find that males are more frequently using aardvark burrows, so they are using them for shelter, but they're probably less commonly used for maternity denning because of the lower level protection.
Okay, thank you. And my second question was, did you, I don't know if you've got the data to show this, do you think that they change their type of burrow, or actually the type of surrounding habitat, as the kittens develop? Because I've got this theory that, as for wildcats in Scotland, that as the kittens develop, they become more prone to aerial predators as they're more mobile. But when they're very young, what you don't want is to have a terrestrial predator find the burrow. So you kind of, your needs change over time. And I don't know if you were able to look at that.
No, I didn't really notice that with this data. They had a very consistent shortgrass habitat. It was a very large area, and almost all of it was the same kind of habitat, although we had a little bit of sort of riverine corridor that they didn't really utilize. So no, I didn't notice a change with that, but there was an interesting change in den usage when the kittens appeared to reach an age where they start traveling with the mother. The mother started changing dens every day instead of using the same den for maybe 6 days in a row. And I think that was simply a utility thing. When you've got two kittens in tow, they're playing with everything and you're traveling, like 8 kilometers a night or whatever, you don't want to try to round them up and get them all the way back to the same den you started from. You just find your nearest suitable den. After a long night of trying to hunt for all 3 of you and keep them in check, you get into the nearest burrow. And so, no, I didn't really see any change in shift there of usage of type of habitat, but a different sort of pattern of den changing. And Rue, I'd love to hear about what dens they're using in Scotland. That was really fascinating. So if you want to chat on the chatter and the Q&A, I'd love to hear about what you discovered there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Great. Thanks again, Hal, for a wonderful presentation. Some good discussions there. I think Martina wrote something in the comments to continue that discussion there. So have a look at that. Okay, and then so moving on to our last speed talk of this afternoon. We are moving on to Amaia Autor-Cortés. Amaia is a PhD student in wildlife biology at the University of Montana, studying the ecology and conservation of the Central American oncilla in Costa Rica. Her research integrates camera traps, GPS collar data, and spatial analyses to inform conservation planning for this very little known small cat. Amaia, very looking forward to your presentation, and the stage is yours.
Thank you so much,
Okay,
Dean.
yeah.
You.
Presentation's up and running. Off we go.
Perfect. So today I will share preliminary insights from my work on the Central American oncilla. And first, it is important to know that this vulnerable Central American oncilla has a very restricted distribution. It is only found in 3 mountain ranges across Costa Rica and northern Panama, primarily in mountain cloud forest, like the one you see here. And my study area lies within the core of its distribution in the Talamanca Mountains. And as you can see there, it is bisected by the Pan American Highway, and part of it remains as a continuous forest, while other sections form like a mosaic of pastures, small urban areas, and forest fragments. So my PhD focuses on improving our understanding of oncilla's spatial ecology and assessing the effects of habitat loss and fragmentation on its population. And to address this, I combine camera trapping and for the first time for the Central American oncilla GPS collaring. And this approach has 2 major challenges. An extremely high trapping effort. We need about 4 months of trapping to capture 1 individual. And then a limitation in collar size and battery life due to the small size of the oncillas. In 2023, we GPS collared 2 individuals. And their movement data allow me to optimize a design of our camera trap density survey to minimize bias and improving precision. In 2024 and 2025, we collared 2 additional individuals, and they are beginning to uncover patterns in safe use and movement behavior. So first, we observe clear differences in road crossing behavior among individuals. So there is 1 individual here in pink that remains entirely on one side of the highway. 2 others in green and yellow mostly stay on one side, but cross occasionally, probably responding to localized resources. And in contrast, this one in blue moves parallel to both the highway and a secondary road, crossing more than 20 times and probably using roads as linear orientation features. I also estimated a home range using autocorrelated kernel density methods and providing an initial space requirement for male oncillas with a mean of around 23 square kilometers. And finally, movement data suggests that oncillas avoid open pastures. They approach to these areas, but they only move through forest, highlighting the effects of fragmentation on oncilla movement patterns. And notably, this individual, the one that remains on one side of the highway during the monitoring period, was recently killed by a vehicle. So moving forward, I will continue with GPS collaring and analysis to improve our understanding of oncilla's spatial ecology and inform conservation planning. And I would like to thank you, everyone that made this project possible. And if you want to know more about the project, you can visit the project's Instagram, the website, or contact me by email.
Great. Thank you so much, Amaia, for that wonderful speed presentation. You know, I've been somewhat very loosely involved with your project from the beginning, and I know the challenges that you've been up against studying this very, very difficult species. You know, the oncilla in Costa Rica, you are using telemetry to study the species. And so I know how incredibly hard you and your team have worked to catch and collar these oncillas and gather this really remarkable and very, very important data. So that's incredible effort so far, and
Thank you.
congratulations on your work. The road that you work on, it's notorious for its roadkills. You know, speaking with some of the team in Costa Rica, there's over 100 roadkills a year along that whole stretch, and I think the stretch that you particularly monitor is, you know, 3 to 5 individuals every year. So significant threats, but I think the work that you're doing is going to have a significant impact on that kind of threat mitigation. But I'd be interested to know, kind of based on your preliminary results, you know, what type of road mitigation measures do you think would be most effective for oncillas in that particular context where you work?
It is a bit difficult like to say right now because it is just like all preliminary insights and we only have like, you know, like 4 individuals so far, but like for sure we need like some kind of like connectivity. Like my project is focusing on doing some like connectivity models using both like camera traps and a GPS collar. But like that would include not just like the road, but also like other kinds of fragmentation. But for sure we need some kind of like crossings in the road where they can cross. But like I guess like deciding where to put those ones would be difficult, but I think that they cross more often in parts that there are just like forest in both sides than when there is more fragmentation. So yeah, I guess we still need more data, but like that could be one of the things to explore.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you kind of hopefully catch more individuals and get those GPS points, you actually pinpoint those exact locations of where they're crossing the highway. I know the teams out there are busy kind of identifying and clearing some of the culverts so that oncillas can pass through. And there's been quite a bit of success there. We have a lot of camera trap data with oncillas using those culverts. So that's really cool to see, very fantastic to see, as well as working with some of the kind of transportation departments as well, installing some of the road signs. So yeah, you guys are doing fantastic work. We have a question in the Q&A from Rue Campbell again. If you don't mind unmuting yourself and asking your question.
Yes, thank you. It was. I hope I got most of that talk. It's really good to see that, and it's another subject that I am involved in slightly. I think that I wondered, with certainly we think this might happen with wildcats in Scotland anyway, is that as the road width and the traffic frequency changes, you know, as you get bigger roads or more busy roads, and the way the cats interact becomes different. So from very quiet roads, they might actually use them to travel to very busy roads to become a barrier, and it's kind of those in between ones that are the real problem for deaths, because they feel confident enough to travel across it, but there's still enough traffic that it can actually they can get killed. So I don't know if you've noticed that yet with what you've done so far.
I haven't looked at that specifically, but like this road, it is a highway. It is only like 2 ways highway, but it has like a lot of traffic because it is one of the only there are only like 2 roads that traverse the whole country. So like a lot of trucks travel through that area. So there is a lot of traffic every day in that road. So I don't know like if they perceive the threat like differently depending on the traffic, but I guess like in that road, like we cannot like there is no like little traffic. So yeah, I guess like that could be like compare with the secondary road to see like if they like cross more often in that area. But yeah, I don't know. So I don't know, like I think it is a lot of like individual behavior of like whether they decide to like cross more often or not. But it seems that like except for that individual, and that was pretty young, the other 2 like they cross in a specific section. So I think there must be like some resource in the other side that made them wanted to cross. I don't know if this answers your question.
No, that's good. Thank you. Yes, thanks.
Okay, great. Thanks again, Amaia, for that wonderful speed presentation. And so with that, we conclude today's talks. I think across today's sessions, several themes have emerged. The importance of long-term strategy, the value of robust ecological and spatial data, escalating pressures from trade and human expansion, and ambitious interventions like reintroduction and transboundary recovery. But as we know, science alone does not secure conservation outcomes. Ultimately, durable conservation depends on governance and on how well governments integrate evidence into policy, land use planning, enforcement, and of course, funding. So thank you all for listening to today's talks. And now I'm going to transition back to Axel, who is hosting the end of day panel discussion. Thanks, everyone, and I'll hand over to Axel.
Thank you so much, Ming. That was absolutely wonderful, and thanks for that lovely transition as well as we go on to our second panel, end of the day panel. Really, I think, very important topic, as you just mentioned, in terms of government. So just waiting for for Angus here to queue up all our panelists, which I'm very, very happy to introduce. As you see on this slide, and I'll give a bigger bio in a second, we'll have Urs Breitenmoser, Karen Wood, and Ronaldo Morato, all of which are just joining now. And there we are. Joining from the United States, from Switzerland, and from Brazil. A lovely panel, and such a privilege and pleasure to have such leading experts here. First of all, I just wanted to pass on some apologies from Liz Bennett, who was originally scheduled to be on this panel from the Wildlife Conservation Society. She wasn't feeling that well yesterday. She was hopeful about today. It didn't quite work out, so she reached out to her close friend and colleague, Karen Wood from Panthera. And thank you, Karen, for jumping in. I know that you have so much expertise in this field, so it's a pleasure to have you. In fact, as I am speaking about you, I'll give your introduction as well. Karen Wood is the Senior Director of Global Policy at Panthera. She leads the development of Panthera's science-based policy positions and its strategy for shaping international conservation policy through the lens of wildcats and their landscapes. She joined Panthera in 2016 as Senior Director of Communications, and prior to that, Karen led communications and marketing for the Conservation Law Foundation, a non-profit environmental organization focused on the New England region. Thank you so much, Karen, for joining us.
Good to see you, and I hope I can be an adequate substitute for Liz. Do my best.
More than adequate, absolutely. Turning to Urs, of course, tremendous pleasure to have you, Urs. Thank you for joining us. Many of you will know Urs, and he's a carnivore ecologist and former senior scientist at the University of Bern, and the former director of the Foundation Cora, which is Carnivore Ecology and Wildlife Management. He's been involved in research projects on carnivore ecology for 40 years, and has supervised many master's and doctoral theses in the frame of the Swiss carnivore projects. His main field of interest is the reintroduction of Eurasian lynx and the reintegration of large carnivores into human-dominated landscapes. He's co-chaired the IUCN SSC Cat Specialist Group since 2001 and has been involved in many cat research and conservation programs all over the world. Thank you so much, Urs, for joining. Yeah, and then it's my pleasure to go on to another close colleague, Ronaldo Morato, joining from Brazil. Ronaldo's career has been dedicated to developing solutions that reduce the impacts of human activities on the survival of wild mammals, with an emphasis on large species. He has authored more than 120 peer-reviewed papers in animal ecology and biodiversity conservation, contributing to policy development and conservation planning, including the identification of priority conservation areas, habitat corridors, and sustainable strategies for game species. Ronaldo served as head of the National Predator Center at this can be terrible because my Portuguese is non-existent, but I'll try. Instituto Chico Mendes de Conservação da Biodiversidade for 18 years. Apologies, Ronaldo. He was then the National Coordinator for Biodiversity Conservation and Sustainable Use at the Secretariat of Biodiversity, Forest, and Animal Rights Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. And since 2024, we're so pleased to have Ronaldo as our country director for Panthera, Brazil. There we are. That just shows what an illustrious panel we have. And of course, what we're dealing with today is an overarching question, which is how should we engage governments to improve policies and actions that help small cats? Now, just to be contentious, aren't governments just there for giving permits and to make it possible for us to do field work? Or do governments maybe play a bigger role than that? Anybody can chime in, otherwise I'll pick on you. Any volunteers? All right. Urs, I'll put you on the spot. Oh, Karen, you're chiming in. So have a go.
Maybe Urs would like to answer a cynical question. Maybe he can start. I'll come in after.
Your mute's on there, Urs.
Yeah, right, Axel. And sometimes and quite often governments are there for not giving permission, and that's the point. So we're talking about governments, but the governments is a extremely broad sort of concept and so on, and I think we will explore this a little bit more. Yeah, governments are giving permissions, and they are also very often actually trying to be in control of the data and in control of whatever happens and so on. And very often also for reasons that are not absolutely consistent with what we understand in conservation. So that's for it for now. I hand over to Karen. I think you in an NGO actually have been asking much more often actually for permissions than I did in my life.
Well, we hope that governments are there to do more than just grant or not grant permission, but to develop policy laws that are enforceable, that are designed to protect nature. How they actually deal with species conservation, and especially small cats, is really an effort that we need to be very explicit about, because species conservation can fall very far down on the list of government priorities, as we know. That's why what we're talking about here. And individual species may be even harder to get attention for because they feel niche. And so in terms of how attention, funding, priority setting flows, it's really it's a big PR game, really, public relations. And we need to arm our government focal points with information, evidence, data, not too much, because it has to be simple and easily understandable, with that kind of material that helps tie small cats into their priorities. So understanding what those priorities are, especially as regard the environment, is very important. And Ronaldo can talk a little bit about that, so that we feel connected to government's needs and priorities, and not like we are out here on the side doing what NGOs do without respect for what is important to government. But what those of us who work on wildcat advocacy and policy really think about these days is how to connect species conservation to the broader government agendas on biodiversity, climate, social and economic agendas, livelihoods, the well-being of people. If we don't understand how our objectives connect up to those objectives, we won't be successful in developing good policy or directing funding to the conservation of these species.
Yeah,
Very interesting context, Karen. And I'll throw over to Ronaldo here as he's chiming in. Just one of the things is that you sort of pointed out there's a number of things. First of all, we've gone from a discussion about situations on the ground, like granting permits, to the overall obligations, you arming, governments. Many would find it just frustrating that something isn't supported or something in terms of their field work. But one of the things that you mentioned, Karen, is that there are maybe broader context, bigger pressures, and you mentioned supporting governments. So on those points, Ronaldo, I was hoping you could chime in. Having been obviously in government for a long time, how do you sort of bring together the international commitments or expectations with the national commitments or expectations on many fronts to enable or promote species or ecosystem conservation?
I totally agree with Karen. We need to align our priority as conservationists to the priority of the governments. So how we can align that? For example, today we saw some presentations, for example, in the last one about road killing in Costa Rica. So this kind of infrastructure is going to happen in many countries across the world. So how we can include small cats or biodiversity as a priority for planning this kind of infrastructure. So we can anticipate knowing all the plans for building new infrastructure in the country and say, okay, we have these opportunities to, before building this infrastructure, we present some mitigation projects, or even combining mitigation with compensation projects that can help and manage properly the population of small cats or other biodiversity in the region. So it's a kind of, most of the time, we are only responsibilizing the governments for what is happening. But we also need to take our responsibilities of aligning our priority with the government priority. So it's what I think about that.
Thank you, Ronaldo. And looking to Urs here as you're chiming in, Urs, what do we do when priorities for species or the environment are maybe not the priorities for a certain government? I mean, do we just react to what their priorities already are, or do we have any role in helping to move into the right direction?
Yeah, absolutely. The problem is that the governments themselves actually are most often extremely ambivalent within themselves. So you have the one ministry that is responsible for building that road is not the same ministry that is actually responsible for conserving nature and so on. And if you look at the sort of power of the different ministries that you have in a government, it is normally not the conservation ministry that is the strongest one, and that is actually given the highest priority, and that's certainly a problem. If in the government itself, if the government structure itself actually is not coherent in itself, and if there is not a balance between priorities, most often the conservation aspects actually are the losers. And that's it. So how can we assure that government actually makes the priorities according to conservation? That is normally through a obligation that the governments get from somewhere else, can be from an international treaty, from an international convention that they have joined, where we have overarching sort of obligations to the governments. The Convention on Biological Diversity is an example. All the other conventions are other examples, and so on. And then the government would actually have to come up with a policy that is consistent and includes conservation into their general policy. But that's not always the case. That's not always given, because the governments themselves set priorities. And just recently, in the past few years, actually, we have seen that a lot of governments actually have drifted away from giving conservation a high priority. If you allow me, I have what is a government? If you allow me, I have just quickly looked at what are the top ranking 10 countries as it comes to small cat diversity. First is India, then China, then Malaysia, then Myanmar, Thailand, Russia, Pakistan, Brazil, Nepal, and Indonesia. So the question is, how can we engage with these governments? And probably each of these countries actually has its own structure, has its own sort of way. Some are actually very centralistic, some are extremely federalistic, and so on. Of course, we can define here a few principles and a few possible approaches, but then you have to play the game according to each of these governments. I'm absolutely sure that Ronaldo knows exactly how to play the Brazilian card, but I also know, Ronaldo, that over the past 10 or 20 years, you have seen tremendous shifts in how this is possible. And this is the case with all the other countries. None of these countries that I have listed now, actually, you would believe that conservation has a very high priority in the total portfolio of the government, not just in the Ministry of the Environment.
Yeah, and it's very interesting. I mean, especially as you mentioned the different countries, is there, and the species don't know the boundaries, right? And so a lot of the conservation is across boundaries. Is there on the one hand a way of using conventions, and Christine Breitenmoser-Würsten this morning in her keynote mentioned the importance of conventions, combining that with some gentle peer pressure or maybe competition almost among countries, where if your neighbor is doing something and being recognized for doing something positive for the environment, maybe you want to be in that space too. Karen, would you have any feeling in this?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's perhaps peer pressure could play a role. I have two thoughts, one to answer Ursa's and then one to answer your question. I think that when it comes to having governments be able to meet these commitments under the conventions at a national level, a whole of government approach is really required. And I was just on a call this morning with a group of colleagues who we have an informal group. It's called the Big Cat Policy Working Group, but we also talk about wild cats generally, not just large cats, and thinking about how to assist governments. And Urs gives us a good list to focus on, so we're not looking at all the world, which is a little bit beyond our capacity, to think about how to enable the kind of cross-sectoral engagement that would allow the right hand and the left hand to know what each other is doing, and also to let funds flow and knowledge, data, and capacity flow through departments and ministries in the interest of promoting conservation. And there are some really great examples out there in India. For example, it was one of the ones we were speaking about this morning, which has their National Wildlife Board, which is their overarching group, but they also have the National Tiger Conservation Authority, which is a cross-ministerial effort. This is also true in Nepal, and we can see the impact of these cross-sectoral initiatives in government on species populations. It's quite direct. And so looking at this group is looking at ways to think about how to enable that kind of cross-sectoral engagement inside of government by providing tools, templates, examples, and it's quite early in our conversation about how we're going to do this, but we're planning to tie this into the upcoming COP on the Convention of Biological Diversity. So stay tuned on that. But under the international conventions, and Urs can speak to this, and maybe Christine did this morning, there are some existing cross-border, transboundary initiatives that they're not consistent in how they're currently being implemented, but there's one that's quite well regarded and I think is considered to be quite successful, which is the Central Asian Mammals Initiative, which has now 17 species which are covered under it, including 2 small cat species, and 14 countries working together in partnership with other stakeholders to affect cross-border conservation. It has quite an extensive work plan now going through 2032, which has a whole section on legislation. And so there are frameworks under the conventions for transboundary conservation. And there are also frameworks for national legislation that get assistance from the national legislation projects under CITES or CMS to help you develop strong laws that can assist you in meeting your commitments under these conventions.
Yeah, and thank you so much, Karen. That's really encouraging. And I wanted to dig into one point when you were talking about India, where I think you were saying, look, this actually makes a difference. Everybody's busy. All our small cat community, on the call and around the world, are busy trying to decide how to invest their time. Ronaldo, I mean, is it worth it? Is it worth engaging in the tough fight of trying to influence international and national policy? Will the cats in the wild feel a difference on the ground?
This is a very hard question because when we talk about all these conventions, we know that, for example, CDB is a very important convention, and most of the countries need to present their internal or their NB-SAPs, that is their national plan for biodiversity conservation. But when we go for the commitments of the countries for conservation, we have a big gap between what is in the convention and what we are doing. For example, the climate convention is expecting to put a lot of money for conservation across the globe, but the rich countries are not doing that. So we were expecting a lot of money for that, for conservation, but the commitment is only on the paper. So how we can progress with that without the real commitment of the countries? For example, United States is not party of CDB. This is a very important country that should be part of CDB, is not party. So we need to be more conscious about the meaning of these conventions, and then how we can make the conventions really work for conservation. For example, United States is not party of the Paris Agreement. In this case, we have a lot of commitment for putting money for undeveloped countries for conservation that is not coming. And now we have all these wars that we're going to spend a lot of money and not money coming for conservation. So it's really hard to talk about that. But I know that parties that are committed with the conventions, for example, CDP, all of them are preparing their NB-SAPs. But the evaluation of the NB-SAPs needs to be also performed on time to make sure that we are not progressing in the commitments we made during these conventions. So it's really hard to balance that.
Chris, I'm just going
sorry for my not very optimistic position here.
No, we have to be realistic, and that's why we have experts on the call. And it's just, I think you were going to chime in, but I do want to offer Nicholas Galvez, who's asking a question online, to unmute, and please go ahead and ask the panel.
Hi, thank you. Nico Galvez here from Chile. Sometimes I think when we focus and we talk to government officials and we go about, at the species level, right? When we focus at the species level, and sometimes for the government agendas, it might be more relatable when we talk about more actions at the ecosystem level, no? So I don't know, fire control, urbanization, forest law, sustainable production. And this also may allow joint efforts with other environmental and social activists that may increase lobbying weight or possibly even power, no, in this negotiation sometimes. And so I guess the question is a species focus the most effective or efficient way forward? No, for example, I work on Wiña, right? Leopardus wigna, Kotkot. And possibly the biggest threat right now are forest fires in many of the northern part of the distribution. And nobody in Wiña conservation is actually working on like forest fire prevention, right? And possibly these stochastic events have way more implications on the species than, you know, fixing chicken coops or putting signs for roadkill, right? So maybe you have a bigger picture of what's going on around the world, or maybe you've given a thought to this also and just wanted to hear opinions. Thank you.
Amazing question. Urs, I'll throw it to you. And if I may, because I've been very thoughtful about this to just some last point, is can government engagement help us to tackle the less tangible threats, but maybe some of the most important threats, such as habitat loss?
Can I answer that? Yeah, it's a really great question, because yes, they can help. I can give you some examples in Brazil. For example, Brazil had published national program for combating wildfires across the country. So there is a regulation for that now, and the states are following the national regulation, implementing local plans for combating wildfires. So in this case, is gonna help all the species that can be affected for wildfires. So at the same time, as we have deforestation as one of the main threat for most of our species, we also can help the government to create mechanisms to combat illegal deforestation. So we can use data, we can support, contribute with the governments, given data for them how this can impact the wildlife, but also contributing in mechanisms that can bring economical revenue for people that live in these areas that is not going to be transformed in a agro system. Okay, so we need to find also mechanisms that can compensate people living in these remote areas or preserved areas that the stand forest is valuable for them, compared with also different agro systems production.
Amazing. Now, you'll be shocked to know that our time has flown by. We're doing very well, but I'm only going to give you a very short opportunity, if you will, just to give some last advice to folks around the world. You know, anything that you would say in like one sentence or two in terms of engaging with governments for the benefit of small cat conservation. What would you like to see from our global small cat community? Urs, we'll start off with you.
Well, I still think that we cannot conserve all the small cats just through actual sort of ecosystem conservation or forest fire defeat or whatever and so on. We need to find ways to bring these species to the attention to the broader public, and through the broader public to the governments. And one way to go is that the small cats are much better indicator species than the large cats. Most of the small cats actually are more particular with regard to their ecological niches, habitat preference, prey base, and so on. And you have, in a larger landscape, you have normally 3, 4, or even more small cats, which are particular indicators for dry areas, for riparian forests, and so on. You can combine this. And this is something that we could go for, that we actually sort of, that's exactly what Christine has actually mentioned it this morning. That's what we now try to do with the Central Asian countries, where we have 6 cat species, and each of them actually represents very particular habitat. That's what the countries actually understand. And the other thing is also that these small cats allow you to actually interact with the local people. Some of the small cats are wonderful instruments actually to go and talk to the local people about conservation. The reason is that small cats normally don't kill sheep, cattle, and goats, so they're a bit less controversial. And that's also why you can actually engage with local people, and through that then with local governments, with local, with larger governments, protected area, for instance, is a way to go to look at what small cats are there actually, and then to talk to the people directly about this. I also think that we need to increase the attention through more listing. We've just been talking about CMS listing. CMS is one of only 2 international conventions that have species lists as an appendix. And different to CITES, it is about cross-border and transboundary cooperation. That's why we actually also have strongly promoted to list small cats under CMS, because they are very often also dependent on transboundary cooperation. And
amazing.
Before, that's my fancy, is that if you then bring several neighboring countries together to work on one conservation project, it's not us actually who have to go there and blame them. It's their neighboring countries who can go and say, well, look what we have done. Please help us to consolidate.
Yeah, amazing. Or such good advice. The point on indicator species is also really salient, I think, in terms of that crossover, in terms of other priorities, in terms of restoration, preservation, broader economics. Karen, very succinct bit of advice for the world?
Yeah, I come from a background of communications for my entire career, except for the last 10. And my advice is to know your audience. You're speaking to people who are busy, who have to understand many, many aspects of government. They're not necessarily species conservation experts. So keep it simple, keep it concise, keep your talking points very short. Keep it compelling, stories matter, and understand what the priorities are of the government you're speaking to. Because if we appear to be on a different line with a narrow view, we will not align with our audience and what we want them to do. So know your audience. That's my main advice.
And Ronaldo, just some last succinct points before we then introduce Fred Launay, our CEO, with some closing words.
I would say start with your local community project and then move towards the government. So if you can align the priority of your community, you can take this priority to the government and align the local priority with the federal government priority.
Amazing. Amazing, really, from all of you. So start locally, move nationally, move internationally, and just keep going, I think. And so many mechanisms and strategies. It does work. It's not easy, but it's worth it, I think, for the wins when you can achieve them. And those hard-fought wins can then be across big space, across ecosystems, across broader benefit. Amazing. So thank you so much for this panel, for all of your thoughts, joining in different time zones. It's been really an inspiration. At some point, we all have to get together in a pub somewhere in the world and hash this out more. But here we've done it with our small cat community globally. So thank you for that. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Fred Launay, who's the CEO of Panthera. And there he is, waving. It's so nice to have you, Fred. Now, I could just give you an informal introduction, but I won't. I'll give you the formal introduction, as you so rightly deserve. Fred Launay began his career as a wildlife biologist in France, moving to Abu Dhabi in 1993 to establish the National Avian Research Center, where he contributed to the conservation of the Houbara bustard. Before coming to Panthera, Fred was the Director General of the Mohammed bin Zayed Species Conservation Fund from 2008 to 2017. He's also been both a steering committee member of the IUCN and the chair of the IUCN SSC Reintroduction Specialist Group. Additionally, he was the biodiversity expert on the UNESCO World Heritage Site Committee and a board member of the Sahara Conservation Fund. Before that, he was CEO of the Al Ain Wildlife Park and Resort in the UAE. Fred was also instrumental in progressing Abu Dhabi's Environment Research and Wildlife Development Agency, now EAD. In addition to his work with Panthera, Fred is also an advisor to the IUCN president, a board member of the Mohammed bin Zayed Species Conservation Fund, and a trustee of the Arabian Leopard Conservation Fund. He received his PhD from the Université de Rennes in 1993. And when not helping protect wildcats and other wildlife, his hobbies include motorbiking. Here we are, Fred. I wonder if you can give us, just a perspective. I mean, we've had a couple days of crisscrossing the planet, species, countries, issues, themes, and it's been unbelievably eye-opening, I think, for many of us. We're looking for advice as well on global approaches to help small cats around the world.
Thank you, Axel, for the lengthy introduction of that. I don't know who wrote that, but I think it's informative. I learned a lot about myself actually listening to you there. But I think no, I wanted to. I will conclude. I've been listening a lot, and first I want to apologize for the technical glitch yesterday that prevented me to log in. I mean, we solved that. Technology is always evolving, but much faster than I am, actually. But here I am. Today it's working. So I won't take too much of our time, but I wanted to address this group there. First, it's really a privilege and an honor for me to speak to, I would say, the small cat communities. But I would say this is very important. I think you have over 80 people participating in the workshop from many, many countries. So this is really a testimony of the interest and dedication that many people throughout the world are actually affording to small cats. I'm particularly pleased to address you because one of my first, if not my first, decision when I joined Panthera as a CEO is actually to immediately expand the scope of the organization from working exclusively on big cats to actually working on all cats. And that was, I would say, a very strong signal. At the beginning, I was not really, to be politically correct, I was criticized to do that, both internally in the organization, but also externally. And the reason was why, what are you expanding? By expanding, you are inevitably going to lessen the resources that are directed to a few species of cats. And I think that's a common understanding that, and I think it's a wrong understanding in nature conservation, that there is a finite pot of money and that this pot of money does not expand, it is there. And then the trick is actually to carve out priority species to get the most of this pot of money. Okay, so leading an organization, I really strongly dispute that assumption. Okay? And I do believe personally that there is not a single species of wildcat in the world which is not, to an extent or another, conservation dependent. Every single species we are dealing with is conservation dependent. What is varying is the intensity and effort that this conservation action require. But all of the cat species, and I would say all species, depending on conservation. The lightlust is just to know where they are, if they are common or if they are less common. That's the least we can do, but nonetheless, we need to do that. If we were a business, we will not allocate the amount of money we are allocating to the few individuals left to any species. This is extremely costly individually, and the options we have to conserve them are very limited. Strict protection, very high intensity, no compromise, protection, protection, protection. we will get much more benefit to actually try to prevent the most common species to actually become extinct or become critically endangered. And that's where I think a lot of organizations are falling in the trap, I would say the red list trap there. We need to work across all the red listed species and not only on the CR1. The data deficient are places that we need to work on. The least concern are the species we need to take more resources to, because that's where we have the most option to actually do and act when and before it is too late. So that was, for me, obvious that we needed to engage. And I would say the resources for Panthera did not dwindle. On the contrary, we multiplied our budget by 6 by taking this position. And we are now having healthy big cat program, but we have, as you see here, an healthy small cat program there. So I would say that to the small cat communities, continue, advocate for your common species, advocate for support and work on data deficient. The prioritization of conservation is not exclusively linked to the red list status. It is linked, as Urs was saying, what are the place of these species in the ecosystem? What are the place they have in our culture, in our way of living, as well as in our daily life? This is where the priorities are. The red list thing is only a ranking. So, however, to do that, it takes organizations who have the strength and the courage, I would say, to go against that prioritization, and who have the courage also to say, no, I will work on all the species that I deem necessary to work on. The other point I would say is that we also have organizations who have the humility to know their place. There is no way one organization, one individual can actually be the savior of any group of species or a particular species. So we need to have the humility to acknowledge where we have other people, other organizations that are much better than us in doing what we need to do. We need to look at synergy between different area of expertise, different geography, different economies, different culture. And if anything, I would like to urge the small cat community, like you are all member of, to learn from your big cat community and avoid a little bit the mistake that was done previously by trying to be extremely territorial, by trying to be all stuck in the ways, but actually to work together. And for me, when I embark on that journey with the team of Panthera, this is something I promise. We will help, we will facilitate, we will catalyze, but we will not claim any credit for what is happening. And I think the way Axel is moving our small cat program and initiative, I would also say, I don't know if still online, but our chairman, John Ayers, is actually fully binding to that approach. It doesn't matter who conserve. What matters is that all the cat species we are all really keen on are actually taken care of collectively and in the long term. So I really commend Axel, but also commend the community of small cat conservationists to actually work together. And I would ensure you and reassure you that we will be there in the role you want us to take to actually help and facilitate your effort. So thank you very much. Thank you to have kept the time to listen to me. And I will leave you in a very capable hand of Axel to continue your amazing job. Thank you very much for all your work and who you are working for.
Well, Fred, thank you so much for your inspiring, words, perspective. I mean, it's incredible, across these days, and people log in at different times from different time zones, but we have participants from 62 countries, 370 plus, I think close to 400 registrants now, and so much crossover. One of the things in terms of you reflecting on lessons in the community and the collaboration, just a personal observation that I have is that the small cat community around the world is made up of pretty nice people, and that are, not to say that others aren't, but the degree of passion, collaboration, integration, willingness to learn and support each other is I think tremendous. And to me, it feels like, while these efforts have started a long time ago, around the world, that we're at a point globally where maybe in 10 years we look back and we say, wow, 2026 was when things really took off in terms of collaboration, recognition, integration, not just for the species themselves, but the crossover to ecosystems, to other priorities like we heard about in the government panel of what matters to people locally and globally. I mean, I think it's just so engaging. Of course, I'm completely biased because I'm such a fan, but the words you shared with us are truly inspirational. There's all kinds of support. You've maybe seen all sorts of emojis like hearts and such floating around the screen of people applauding your efforts. So thanks for that. If anybody had any last thoughts, I mean, again, in the chat, there's just so much support for what you're saying. So thank you for joining us, Fred. That's been absolutely wonderful. And it really helps to put the whole global context into perspective. It gives us the courage and the inspiration to push on. And like Martina's just saying, Küsters is saying, big thanks for small cats. Thank you, Fred. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
Yes, and thank you, everyone from around the world, as we're going to sign off now for today. Just a reminder, tomorrow we actually start 2 hours earlier than today. And the reason for that, of course, is to make it more possible for those in some time zones to not be presenting in the middle of the night. So here we are, 2 days in, 2 amazing days to go as we unite the world into a small cat community that will work together to make a difference for cats, for ecosystems, for people around the world that treasure both. Thank you so much, and goodbye.